All right, welcome. Joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For the Wayward Ones, session 60.
60, yeah.
We did it. All right, so unfortunately, you're joining us right at the end of the session because session 60 is as far as we'll ever go. Boom, it explodes.
Beat the
I'm just
game.
kidding. Beat the
Oh, we
game.
won?
We
We won?
won. That was it.
Wow.
No. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, we are cruising. We're having a good time. What we do in session 59? So Aldun was introduced, and they gave some information about Baxter's whereabouts, in addition to kind of those goblins, and then they spoke about this great chief Ukar. Aldun is kind of an interesting character, to say the least. They're very standout-ish as being someone that is few, right? This is an alpha to the Ufarim. They know a lot about the inner workings of Ufaris and the tribunal because there's not many of them. They don't really exist in a whole lot of capacities you can imagine. They talked about the Velkin Brotherhood, that they're here and they're in pursuit of a rogue alpha. Which is someone like them, but now has kind of turned into against the tribunal's wishes, right? The evil thing, kind of creating the Thrallgoth, right? These spawn, if you will, that are drawn to a bloodlust. And the alphas actually have more powers, and since they can change their shape, they can change their smell, they can really hide themselves, and they're well practiced at that, right? Lurking. Not necessarily that they're lurking in the shadows and in the populace of people, just that if they need to kind of go into the light, they can make themselves presentable and that sort of thing. Now, the rogue is actually taking this a little bit on the more evil trend to lurk in the shadows, and that's what has sent Haldun and to investigate and put an end to it. Now, what they believe is that this rogue is turned to revenge, trying to defy the very code the tribunal set for the Ufaris, the very protection of people, the avoidance of the Thrallgoth running amok, right? So they are have very strict code of conducts. They have one kid, right, that they raise. So it's kind of like one parent, one kid in the bloodline. And they're truly in belief that they're trying to make an army of some kind, using it to defy Ufaris and the tribunal. We had a legend lore on Strumble. Strumble Elmstone is the kind of alehouse keeper here. Not an owner per se, just someone who helps out and runs the whole alehouse here. They have some form of true sight. We don't particularly know why. And from the legend lore, it becomes very apparent that they were undergone some very horrific event in the City of Stone. And they had lost their memories of that event, and they are kind of running away from it, and they don't really know that. That's a good way of putting it. They found themselves here. Boss Cobb, that's a character for you. And the goblins. Pretty good time with them, leaving in 5 days to see the great Chief Ukar. They were sent west, across the mighty river, to fetch more goblins to bring to the great chief. More soldiers, dare I say. They provided a location of where I'm going to do it in quotes, river dock and the boats are. Yeah, canoes, 400 feet down to the dock, 6 Mile River. Yeah, let you take that let you munch on that for a second. Now the great Chief Ukar said that we'll take the City of Stone, has declared war against the dwarfs. And there was this agreement arrangement that led to Baxter telling a little bit about themselves, what had happened, and why they're here, right? The mages, plague doctor, that sort of thing really stands out. Something very similar. And they're kind of not on the run per se, but just trying to get away, right? Hide themselves a little bit. And through persuasion and negotiations, you're able to get silver gemstone and mold that into the one that is carried by your party member. Baxter Silverton will be taken by Boss Cobb to forward for safety. And that there's an arrangement that Felix's earnings from Ukar, percentage of that would be given to Boss Cobb. All right.
Who got the gemstone for
Costas?
Sorry, what was that?
Who got the gemstone for Costas?
Felix.
Okay, just check.
Okay.
Thank you, Felix.
Now, we now had the first run-in with the Velkin, the ones that are here. Very fact that their tokens have actually been on this map the whole time. Never actually changed. Seemingly very much normal people. Until they come out of their black cloaks, wielding black, the stark steel armor, silvered weapons, and underneath their helms is not a great sight. But they haven't really taken the helms off, so you haven't really got a whole look of what they might look like. There's actually particular artwork for one of them, so I'm not going to reveal that until you might interact with them further. They were introduced because of Dirty Joe, who had had the smarts to make a cut in their hand and cause one of the Thrallgoth within the alehouse to emerge in bloodlust and transform. You were able to take them out, debilitate them, and Falcon have set a perimeter and observed, courtesy of what you all requested. And that was reluctantly, I should might add. And you are now bringing that Thrallgoth to a place in the Ale House. You're escorting them. They're going along willingly. They seem very confused. This town folk. Now, we're going to go ahead and just get ourselves over to that map right now. I'm going to describe it a little bit more in depth, because what was here has kind of cleared out. So a lot of people inside of the main building of the Ale House, the large central part of it that kind of runs through north to south, they have kind of cleared out a little bit. So they're kind of making way to the west and to the other part of the building, to the east to the other part of the building, or even just leaving the Ale House entirely. And even some of the venturers that have witnessed that, the people that might have some steel and arms to them, they're a little bit taken aback, getting themselves to a breather, drinking their ales, taking them outside, or finding another table to sit at. So I'm going to have it unpaused. You're free to move your tokens at this point, and I'm just wanting to see where you're particularly taking this individual, which table you might be going to. So fit yourselves to that. That's all.
I mean, good idea to at least have one solid wall behind us, maybe like towards the bottom here, where we could just have an eye on everything up front.
Okay. I'll put him over here by the fireplace, yeah?
A reminder that Israel will be bad at them to the mental link.
What was that?
Sorry. A reminder that we added this individual to the mental link.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For now, I'll have this token invisible, but they'll be with the party here. I think they're still trying to log in, still having difficulties. I see him pinging up on the server every so often, so see what we can do. Come in, you see Strumble stumbling in, the commotion of people that have kind of pushed past in various other places outside of the ale house. Oh, what has happened? What's going on?
Mr. Strumble, could we just get some of your silver to the individual? What's your favorite drink around here?
My favorite drink. Well, dare I say, a nice rhubarb blonde.
Oh, she was talking to the individual.
Oh, a mental link or out loud?
Out loud.
Okay. A mead, please. Thank you. Certainly. Ales for everyone else, or something particular?
Yeah, I'll take mead. I don't mind drinking it.
Mead's all around.
Yeah.
Blueberry blonde, actually.
Ah, yes. Very blonde. Wonderful. I'll be right back then.
I would like to see if there's anyone, like, kind of being snoopy on the outside of this window.
I'm keeping an eye in the vicinity to see if anybody's trying to overhear anything we talk about, or just
Okay.
check on us visually.
All right, you both need to roll perceptions. So they with perception of 27, Cost is perception of 16. You're looking down the small, very tiny corridor before it merges into that other building here that's attached to the ale house. Again, all of it, which is considered the ale house. You don't see any sort of figures really looking at you that would be of suspicious. There are actually people looking at you. There are people staring through the corridor, and as you kind of emerge, they're not kind of locking eyes with you. They're kind of pulling themselves back and stand up to you with your passive insight that they're just curious onlookers, bystanders that would be just curious about what's happened or what is going on in there, and they're just kind of cleaning themselves. Reminder: this place doesn't really have a guard, right? There's no real like town watch that's going to come out of the woodwork. They all keep to themselves together to kind of a herd mentality, and so they're really kind of herding themselves there to the tables. And they're looking and wondering if they need to leave or something else is going to happen. Costas, you are looking out this window and you're staring across the aqueduct. There's many different buildings. They're beginning with the thatching, right? Because this is a plateau, kind of a hill, right? So it's kind of rolling downwards. So you actually have a pretty good viewpoint as you look out. You can see some of the buildings and the structures and things. Town folk are moving between the alleyways down there. But you don't really see anybody lurking between the building and the aqueduct, that half wall of bricked, rivered stone that's kind of pulled up together. So you don't see anybody kind of lurking, between the building, right, and the half wall.
What's the demeanor of this transformed guy? How's he looking? Is he like shaking, nervous?
Currently shaking. They have a little tick to the left hand. They're kind of staring down at the table.
We'll just say out loud, all right, friend, and then switch to the mental link. How about we start with introduction?
Introductions? What? Sure. My name is Mortimer.
Mortimer, I go by Istriel, and we are collectively known. Now, Mortimer, question: are you aware of what you are?
Not particularly, no. I don't know what just happened back there.
I had a feeling that might be the case. How much do you recall?
I only recall the smell. Something sweet, yet metallic. And then it was black. I don't remember anything else until you all were around me. There's blood everywhere.
Have you had any episodes like that recently?
On occasion, yes. Just felt it was me getting too drunk.
Can you think back when these started? How long ago?
Had to have been at least 2.5 weeks.
Right, well, I'll cut straight to the point for you. Something was likely done to you by someone else. Someone that's probably not from around here. You recall meeting any strangers, new faces?
No. A lot of people here are relatively new. I myself just help with some handful of traders. There's a smith that I apprenticed with, parted ways. So I take my aim at a different trade. Just kind of bouncing around right now, so I guess I come across many faces sometimes.
Right?
Did any strange events happen around the time your blackouts first happened?
No, really. Everything was normal. I was working Smith Vassim down at the crossroads, hammering away, and I headed up the road, thinking of to myself that perhaps I needed a new adventure. Smithing wasn't my calling. Maybe it could be a cobbler. I was speaking with a few of the traders. I felt a great hunger in my stomach fall. Then it was black. I had a few ales while I was working. It may not have been the best bet. Just chalked it up to that. From there, I've been clinging around the alehouse in the courtyard. A few traders that come in just down the road, over the wide bridge, across the aqueduct. And I've been eating and drinking and spending coin and never quite feeling this pit in my stomach.
Have you woken up in any stranger than usual places after your benders?
Not as strange it may seem. Woken up inside the alehouse once. Normal place. Woke up outside of Artisan Row in the crossroads next to Smith Vassim's shop. They had propped up. I woke up in one of the bathrooms of the Windy Tower. Exactly a weird place to wake up from a bender.
First day you felt that pit in your stomach. What were you doing, can you recall, day before?
Day before, I had an errand running up to the mausoleum to speak with the twins brewery. We're making some rings for the kegs, new ones that were going to be ready to go to be filled. They had to be lined, get ready to be sealed. Normal. Spoke. Had a lunch together. Yeah. Twins are quite fun.
Anyone you suddenly started hanging out with more recently for no apparent reason?
No, I drawn myself. The others that I was sitting with, they were some associates of the Smith that I had worked for. Just talking with them about how it was going there and how they liked it. That it was all right. Just acquaintances, really.
Anyone else been having the same kind of pits in their stomach that you know?
I don't. I don't think so. I don't really ask anybody that. No one's told me that.
And that night at the, or that day at the brewery, afterwards, were you able to home safely? Do you recall?
Don't really recall. I thought I had made my way into the Windy Tower, to rest for the night, before I traveled back. Job. Really remember.
Have you smelled anything strange recently? Not in the metallic and sweet sense you described, but something different.
That's really all I've only smelled that once. Other times, just have a pit in my stomach, still feel that. It's not really. It's like just a hunger that never really ends.
Gonna say over the mental to the others. Well, looks like we have two possible follow-up locations. Windy Tower, Smithy.
I agree.
Yeah. And pretty much anywhere this guy's been, it would be a good follow-up. Doesn't really know much.
Out of character, Mikey, since you're on the Discord here, you've pretty much exhausted your options, even with the VPN, which is extremely strange to me. It won't load on a Google tablet.
Nope.
Is it the
Nothing
same?
works.
Is it the same behavior on the Google tablet?
Yeah, exact same thing. Chrome is the only one that'll actually let it load on there, but same thing, it takes forever and it'll get stuck on like 95, 99%.
Yeah, that's really strange. Um, I don't know. I don't think it's anything with my server at that point. They're two different devices and still didn't work.
Possibly be like ISP related. Have you tried? Well, it's a long shot, but maybe like try it with cellular data and see if it connects.
I mean, I guess I could try, though it's not really much use loading it up on a phone. I mean, or a tablet for that reason, because I can't actually manipulate
Yeah,
anything.
it'll struggle on the tablet as well. Like it won't really want to load. But what's important is that it should keep trying to load it. Right, that's the
Yeah.
idea. So you should see a different behavior with the tablet. That's what we're looking for. But I think for now, if you're tired, you don't want to exhaust the options anymore. We definitely, I think one of us can. I personally have. If one of you wants to share the screen on Discord,
I can do that.
okay, and then I will give you, since you're sharing your screen, I'll give you permissions over Dirty Joe, so you can move and click and stuff like that.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm just gonna let Firefox on Linux here see if it can load it up. Because I can see like the UI and everything. All the options are there.
Mm-hmm.
I can even like load up the character sheet, no problem. It's just the map itself is stuck on 99%.
Gotcha.
Try a different map.
It says I can't switch while it's still loading, so I can't pull up the other map or anything.
Can you refresh your browser now, Mikey?
I've done that multiple times. It doesn't make a difference.
No, on the new map. And open up your console to see if the console says anything.
It's trying to load the Arthuria map and stuck on 96%. Yeah, I think it just doesn't like me today.
So last thing, Michael, you could create another account and give them permission over most token and see if that works. But there's some issue with the user.
Yeah, I could try that.
Thanks for being patient, guys.
Honestly, I'm kind of curious what this might be, but
Yeah, there's something that's keeping his user from coming into the game world. I don't know if it's on his side or.
yeah, see if I can.
Because I noticed it's also not even showing up in the bottom left like how we all have our ping numbers.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
he's particularly
He's not inside of it, so like he's hovering like just outside the world.
All right, you should be able to log in on Mikey too. It's the same password.
Okay, let me give that a shot. Stuck on 96%.
Okay. And then on Chrome, or another browser, could you try doing it in like incognito mode?
I'll give it a shot.
Try logging in your regular account. It's not a user issue at that point.
And you've tried Google Chrome.
Yep. I can't even get the page to load on Google Chrome. It gives me a timeout error. Firefox is the closest one that it gets.
It's gotta be network, I think, at that point. Network
is weird, 'cause-
security problem.
Oh, I guess, yeah. 'Cause I haven't had any network issues all day.
Yeah, I think it's the only thing it can be is something to do with your particular setup in the server and your network because of two different devices, the tablet and also your desktop and then the desktop using multiple browsers as well. So I'll try to investigate at my end to see if there's anything anybody's posted, anything that would like stand out as being a problem because you are on a very particular setup on Linux compared to a Windows user or Mac and stuff. So
Yeah.
could be like some support or something happening. I'm not sure. So I'll have to take more time. But for now, we have the Discord. You can watch the stream. And then do you have physical dice?
I do, as a matter of fact. Dig those out wherever the hell they are. Oh, wait, no. Crap.
You don't have physical dice.
Those are at my parents' house.
okay.
In amongst the boxes. Box of
Mud.
superfluous stuff that I moved over there
Uh,
yesterday to make up room.
That's fine. You could probably get on D&D Beyond. You could probably get on another site. Just get some, a dice roller or whatever. That way, at least you're rolling your own dice if you wish. Your call.
Yeah, let me pull that up here.
In the meantime, while you're getting the pulled up, you participate with us. Give it ownership. So Faith, you have the ownership of his token. So that'll last the vision wise. And then I'll move your token when it comes to your turn if we are in combat. So, okay. So we are still back at the ale house there. So we are still there going through questions and things. So just giving a moment, kind of pulling us back to this map. It sounds, if anybody has any other questions or anything for this character, it seems like you both all have kind of agreed the tower. Perhaps it's a good place to start.
Sounds like that's the first stop.
I would just ask Mortimer. Have you seen any particular marks on your body since these blackouts? Anything besides bruising or cuts?
No, I haven't. Now that you mentioned, I haven't really been bruising or being cut lately.
You haven't been bruising or anything.
No, smashed my thumb the other day. Thought it would surely get swollen and swell. Apparently, it wasn't that bad.
Interesting. And you'll see Othala just writing notes in his book.
Before we go, Mortimer, just a word of advice. You don't seem to know much about who you are now. Try to avoid being around any open cuts, bleeding, things like that, because, well, it's likely to induce those blackouts.
Oh, okay. Try not to. Or anything else I need to do? Am I gonna die?
Stay away from pointy silver objects.
Pointy silver objects?
Yeah, just no silver should be around you.
Yeah,
Oh.
silver jewelry is probably a no-no too.
All right. Is this gonna happen again?
If you take our advice, and this is what we're telling you, just avoid anything relating to the blood or to silver. Maybe keep yourself
I
in
don't
your
want to
home.
harm anybody. Try to keep away as best as I can.
Where do you stay at?
Staying in the tower.
Okay, well, I suggest you probably stay out of sight and stay home. We're we're trying to look into
Just
this.
out of character, have we do we know if this can be reversed? Or we have not learned that?
You have not learned that.
Um, so uh, if we don't know if this can be reversed, that's not a sustainable model for his life to avoid coming in contact with blood.
Do I know where the other guy ran off to? The one we were talking to in the other room.
No, so they had dipped around the corner over here. They're gone. You haven't seen them.
I'm gonna go look for them.
Oh, also, in the short term, you might want to be like lighting up a candle every once in a while.
Lighting up a candle?
Just, you have a especially strong nose, and so that you don't catch any whiffs from stuff in the distance.
Oh. Okay.
Probably won't
Right.
do that much, but better than nothing.
Candle. Stay away. Might as well just lock me up. I don't want to hurt anybody.
Rudimental link. I'll just tell everybody else besides Mortimer. I don't think it's a sustainable solution, but it is a good one for now, as we can find more information out, learn what we can from Alden, and figure out what else we can find out more about this. Potentially, if we can help him, it'd be better if he stays out of people's way and he stays home. If we can't find out a solution, we'll deal with that when that bridge gets there. Mortimer, I think it's good that you don't want to hurt anybody. I know nobody wants to be going through anything like this. My companions and I we're looking into this. All we do is suggest that you stay home for now, and we'll keep in contact with you.
Okay. All right. I'll be on the first floor of the tower on the western wing. There's not any room numbers to them.
Mortimer, you have no females in your life.
No. He is trouble. Shows up with the means. And the blueberry blonde. All right, drinks. Here you all go. All right, is there anything else I can get for you? All right, well, holla if you need anything.
I would like to use lay on hands to purge poison, including alcohol, for my blueberry blonde.
Okay. You're doing every drink or just your own?
Nah, just my own.
All right, hold your lay on hands. The glorious light begins to funnel through. You see more and more looking at you. Anything wrong with your drink?
No, I don't like alcohol.
You know, you could have just passed that over to me. I would have enjoyed that.
No, I want. You ever heard of a non-alcoholic drink? I'm trying out to see if I can do it with holy power.
That sounds like a crime against nature, personally.
What's the point?
I don't know. We'll see in a second. Then Costas takes a sip.
Yeah, and I'm going to innately cast detect poison and disease.
Right, detect poison disease. You do not detect anything. You see as more looks towards that. I haven't particularly seen divine power such like that where I come from Brennan. It's far to the south from here. I don't really have any family. War has been very hard on the town. I have a sister. I don't know where they are. Just grabbed some of the belongings left in our ruined home and made way north. Heard tales of some powers like that. There was some missionaries, clericals, came from the Order of the Light, carrying similar things, and I've come across adventurers that towed it as such. But I always kept my head down. I've been working from place to place. My skills primarily in farming, Hume Plume. So I did some work in Tesser and Erdak, and then got some coin, some of the farms, and thought Ismar might be as far away from the war as I could get.
Sometimes we forget the war doesn't just take the lives of soldiers who participate, but common folk.
Yeah, it's taken a lot, but I'm hoping to start anew. Why I was interested in getting into other trades besides farming, like everyone does around here. So it's nice to meet with the smith and work, and then didn't really pan out. So find something else. But I have to be honest with you. If whatever's happened to me can't be cured, you best put me in the ground right now.
Hey, we can find a cabin in the woods or something.
And we
Look,
believe
friend.
her.
If it comes to that, we'll make it quick and easy, but we want to try first. So just, but I have other concerns. And some of them at link. Can Israel? Can I decide who hears me, or is it just you're in it or not?
Just focus on who you'd like to hear.
I mean, um, so to everybody, but um, so these other folks aren't going to let this guy leave alive, and I understand we're trying to get him to go be safe, but they're totally going to follow him and murder him if he goes back to his house. They are intent on either capturing or killing. I'm not sure, but it seems like they are intent on seeing this through. So if we do anything but give him over after this, I see them either try to take it by force or waiting until we leave and doing what they're going to do anyways.
What if
I-
they think we already finished him off?
Could we stuff him in the bag for a while? Let him up for air every now and then?
So I actually have a solution for that. Thing is, I'm not sure if since they've already seen his face, they'll be able to find out where he stays. I can turn him into something small for us to carry out of. But again, if they've already seen his face, they know where he lives. Another.
Do they
I
have
mean-
any magical means of tracing him? Like, because they were already around, they were already searching, and the other guy we were with was he said that they had sensed him or something. Would they be able to track him down? Even if they don't know, if he's turned into a mouse or a woodchuck or something?
I imagine so. We attract people. They probably have the means of doing
Yeah.
it. If not immediately, soon, eventually.
If it's magical, I could deal with that and nullify it for a few hours. But if it's regular means of direct tracking, it's possible.
Even then,
Would-
a few hours.
question.
What is that? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Would Othala be able to do something like that against like a hunter's mark? Because I can track stuff. And that's theoretically magical, but it's like a direct me to them sort of deal. It's not like I don't know if that is visible to other people who use magic or detectable by other people who use
Well,
magic.
tracking magic is usually sort of divination. So if I can nullify divination magic for 8 hours, so scrying or sort of locate would not be able to work on that him.
So you're leaving the adventuring group then?
I'm sorry.
So you're leaving the party then?
No, I'm saying I can just I can add some magic to him. Give me a few minutes, and he'll be able.
Oh no. So I meant like after those 8 hours. What then?
That is true.
Have we considered knocking these Falcon upside the head and dumping them in a trash can somewhere?
I mean, I don't think that's really a constructive solution. We don't know how many they are, and they're more to the point. They're not exactly bad guys. I mean,
But are they good guys?
are we good guys?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm not saying we kill them, but like, incapacitate them, leave them
I
in an alley, and
don't
leave.
want to get on the bad side of a whole underground network of monster hunters if we can at all avoid it. And besides which, I mean, at least from my outlook on this, I'm kind of aligned with their overall goal, which is stop this weird mind controlling blood sorcery monster hunter or monster man invasion. I mean, yeah, I don't want them to kill any innocents here, but I also don't want to kill them. And inevitably, they would start to fight us to the death if they thought that we were some kind of existential threat to them in their mission. We need another way around here.
So, do we think that Uberim, our friend, would have another method, or do they also just slaughter any of these infected?
Well, I would like to ask him if he hadn't have slunk off like that. He's probably our best shot at figuring this out at this point. Hmm.
Well, Mr.
Hey.
Athala, can you maybe ask if there's a cure for them? Because otherwise, it's a mute point, and like the Uberim probably know better than anyone.
You said who would know better than any? I'm sorry.
They would. The Uberim,
Mhm.
our friend.
Yeah, the first guy we met, right? Or Alden.
That's his name.
Yeah, bear boar.
Hey, I'm having a thought here. Costas, could you get Fido out?
Sure. Why?
Well, I want to see if our friend here, being, kind of half beast turned, has a particular scent apart from his normal humanoid stench.
Okay, it'll take me a bit of time, but I can do it.
That would be a good, data point to have.
So,
And if he does, maybe we could use Fido's super sniffer to lead us to wherever our Ulfarine buddy went.
I actually don't see.
All right, so you're bringing out the good boy.
Yeah, I don't see Fido in my companion manager
good
anymore.
is
But,
boy.
He popped up on screen.
okay. When he pops out, I give him 2 pats on the head and a belly rub.
Okay.
I'll share what I've discovered over the mental link to my companions.
Okay. Master. What is it, Master? What do you need, Master?
Fido, you see that guy? What does he smell like?
That guy. Smells like a guy, Master.
No, but does he smell like a bear in any way? Or like any weirder than a normal guy?
Not that I can tell, Master. Smells normal to
Thank
me.
you.
Die, my good boy, Master. I try. I tried well, Master.
You
I just
tried
have a
really
treat.
hard. You're a good boy.
Can I have a treat, Master?
Yeah, you can have a treat. I look on the table for treats.
No treats or food. No one's ordered food on the tables. They're cleaned, kept up.
I'm good at a gesture for the tavern keep for like the alehouse guy.
No one in the space. Grumble had left for the eastern side. The whole main building's cleared out from the events that just transpired.
I would like to kind of give Fido a bit of my non-alcoholic beverage.
And I take some dried meat out of my rations and toss it to him.
Thank you. I've been such a good boy.
You have been. We learned something important from you just now. Good job.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Master?
For now, sit there and look cute.
Yes, Master.
So, I guess we can rule out that they can track this guy via scent, which is a good thing, because if we try to shield him with magic, well, they won't be able to sniff him out anyway. The bad side is we can't track down Alden that way either.
I can send a sending spell to Alden, and we can just I'll ask him to see if there's a cure or anything for these girls and where he's at if I can.
That'll help.
As you make way from the northern door from the western corridor, at least between the smaller and larger building you're all in, you see as the halfling of Alden's kind of form as they're kind of going underneath. They're actually underneath the wagon, like prone down. No, they're halflings. They're tiny, so they're kind of pulling themselves out. And they're like looking up at you. There's a nearby trader here making up some nice food, very rustic meals. There's other assortments of things inside of their barrels, jars, wagon, tent perch. There's many different orcs here, wearing a very coloration of a white wolf across the center point of their chest. And they have bows, martial weapons. And they have saddled dire wolves belong to a small little grouping here. Alan is clearly hiding. Tells you to shh. Motions for you to come underneath the wagon. It's unpaused.
This is stupid. Going underneath the wagon.
Falcon are
This
here.
is ridiculous. This
It's
is
not
ridiculous.
No, you don't understand the power that the Falcon hold. They are very formidable.
And hiding under a wagon is going to save you?
No, just hiding underneath here to hide. I want them to see me.
They're not inside anymore. They're out here, so if you stay out here, they're more likely to see you.
They're around the building. Set a perimeter. We're looking through the windows, observing. Their eyes are always there.
Mental link to everybody else. Basically, like what he's saying to me, just saying it in my head to everybody.
Okay.
Just hiding under a wagon?
Yeah, it's stupid, right?
Yeah, can you ask him if this can be cured, and if so, is he able to overwatch our friend while we figure that out?
Is the condition imposed on that poor man able to be cured?
We will have to find a temple of Corvos, and we'll have to perform sacred rituals. Only an alpha can do. So yes, we have to find.
So
it
you?
first. Yes.
Would you
They're
be
not-
willing to guard this person while we try to find that and any other information as to your rogue alpha?
I can certainly try. I will take him out of the courtyard. Try to find a place just west of the tower there. We'll hide out for a little bit. Is there
Yeah.
something I should do to know when to come back?
I'm relaying everything to everybody else so they could be part of the plan.
Thea, if you can, you're probably better able to get him out. You can get him out of the city and tell me where you are. Athal, or I could, dimension door this fellow out. Then just whoever stays behind needs to talk their way out of Vulcan, or fight their way out.
That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, that
Joe
sounds like
would
an
be
amazing plan.
Joe would be useful to me right now.
Want me to
So-
come out there?
Yeah. We can do your sneaky step.
On my way. If you would be so kind as to move my token.
I'm gonna relay to Alden over here that this is probably a better plan, what we just came up with. You tell us where you want to go, we'll sneak you out, and then our group will meet up with us.
Astral. Sorry, it's Faith. You opened the south door. Yeah, what did you see, buddy? You're like, okay, no. No, this other door. Yeah. That's fine. We'll retcon it. We'll say you never opened the door.
I told everybody where I was going, so
Gotcha.
I was being very specific about that.
That was funny. All right, so you see them. Dirty Joe tucked underneath the wagon.
So,
Alos.
Israel, do you have Dimension Door? Out
Yes.
of you? Both of you?
Yep.
Fuck this. Banish your dog, and we don't talk to him at all. We just leave.
All right.
We all Dimension Door out.
Just so they can't scry on us or anything from that, I'm going to cast non-detection on Mortimer before we
Okay.
start moving. So sprinkle. I'm gonna throw diamond dust in his face, and that was cast.
Hey, Fido. I want you to walk out that door with like a dog with confidence. Go.
Which door, Bester?
I'm going to point towards the main entrance and just say, yeah, just walk out it like your dog with confidence. You're a normal dog. If people talk towards you, don't respond. You're a completely normal dog. Just act like you're going to get like food or something.
Master, I don't have thumbs. I will do my best, Master.
Yeah. Wait for the door to be opened. If the door doesn't open, maybe like kind of scratch at it a bit until someone opens.
Starts running across. Grabs
What size creature?
onto the right iron handle. Begins to try to pull the door open. Door swings.
What size creature is one?
They're medium. They're an elf.
All right. So if one of you want to take him, one of you want to take Costas, and I can get myself out. We Dimension Door 500 feet south of the city, and regroup there with Thea and Joe and Alden. Does that sound like a plan?
Sure.
Good.
So everybody get ready.
To Mortimer, I'll just, hey, we're going to help you. I believe we can get you cured, but we need to meet up with some friends outside the city. One of us is going to teleport you. Are you okay with that?
I've never had that magic used. I don't even know what that was. I've only heard from some of the Kundu who have made shores on Renan for supplies and aid from shipwrecks. Many of them trained in many of the houses of Elion. I'm fit for the task.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about. We'll just put a hand on you, and it'll faster than you can blink. You'll be in another space.
Okay.
Do we want to go now, or do we want to wait until Thea and Joe say they're out?
Yeah, let's wait, but let's should we open one of the south windows to try to get like an angle, see if we can land on?
They're looking in through the windows. I said that over the link. The
Oh yeah.
people who are after him are looking in through the windows.
I think we should stay here until we having this conversation to distract them as long as possible, you know, and act like we're going over some elaborate details. I'll walk back and forth. I'll pace. We'll pull out some books, do some nerd shit.
Grand
see,
gestures,
you know, yes.
raised voices occasionally.
So all the attention is on us. And once we get to go ahead to the mental link from either Joe or Thea, we'll do our dimension doors out and reconvene. Thea, Joe, can you get to 500 feet south of the city? If you can't, you know, we can rendezvous with you outside the city.
Was Alden invisible under the cart or just under the cart?
It's under the cart. Alden is not, so it's important to understand, is that Alden is not imagined that their disguise is ruse. They just don't want to be observed at the present moment. So they're just kind of hiding out a little bit, waiting till whatever kind of concluded. And they've been observing too, that they don't want to brew something, right? They don't want to be questioned or observed. Alden is going to pick themselves up from the wagon, stand upright.
So out of character, how exactly does Dimension Door work? Do we all have to be like inside in a cluster for us to all get out somewhere, or how are we trying to do this?
No.
So those of us inside are going to teleport out of the city. You and Thea are going to physically walk out using your sneakiness to guide Alden through.
Yeah.
And we would rendezvous outside the city.
So,
and the point of us staying in here is to have people keeping their eyes on us, focused on us, and then we teleport as soon as you say you're good.
Mhm.
Rather than teleporting in the open.
Is there a limit to how many people you guys can take with you? Because I guess what I'm getting at is why don't we just walk back inside and we all teleport out as a group?
Because Alden won't come back inside because the other guys are looking in through the windows and they'll see him.
They don't want to be
Yes,
suspected.
there is.
They don't want to be suspected in connection with you lot, which is kind of
Yeah.
what they were saying before, right, last session.
So why don't we just?
There is a
assume
limit.
back inside?
We don't because like
Yeah.
I think we have teleportation circle. Maybe we don't. Even if we did, that takes a minute. It's obvious if we're doing it. French door is it happens immediately. We could all do it at once, and we could take a total of the three of us casting it, and 3 tag-alongs, which is at this point Costas and Mortimer, and then nobody else.
Got it.
Oh, I
Okay.
could have kept Fido. Why did you tell me to make Fido leave?
Extra
Feel within your
baggage.
mind Fido's telepathic connection. And you can hear the vagrant yelling of a traitor. My carrots, what are you doing?
Fido, run!
You know,
Yes,
that's a
master!
good
I have the
distraction, too.
carrots, master! I have the carrots!
It's another distraction. It's
Yeah.
something else.
Rather than teleporting out in the open, what if we just did something like took turns going to like one of the restrooms, like one pair at a time, and then like a few minutes later the next pair, and it's like, oh well, they never came out.
I think we should just all disappear. They're gonna realize we disappeared eventually. If we disappear one at a time, that gives them more time to respond. Let's just do
Yeah.
it.
I agree. Just quickness of action. They'll know to teleport, but they don't know where. And it gives us a head start.
All right. Yeah, I'm on board.
Yeah.
And I would
So-
I would like to cast Pass Without Trace, please.
It's pretty large, yeah. You don't have to set down the template. I'll just put the condition too.
Oh, was there a template? I didn't.
Oh, there wasn't?
I didn't see it on the stream.
Oh, it must be a selectable then. Oh, well. All good. All right, it's pass out trace coming through in the condition. Last time I was used, I think it was a template, but I've updated things, so probably it's just a selectable one. So you're able to pass out trace, and then you're rolling stealth.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, Mikey, if you wish to roll from your own, you can, or we can roll just from or whatever works.
I got a 13.
All right, wonderful. I believe your
That's
stealth.
Stupid.
So he's got plus 19, so it'd be at
It's stupid.
32 for Joe.
Yeah. I think you'd be at a 32.
Oh my god, the cipher at 20, but she still
It
got
was 40.
47.
47.
So dumb.
Why
I'm
is it
pretty
doing-
sure our goal
why is
now
it
is to
plus
hide
10?
from
Why is it doing
God.
plus 10 plus 10?
It did pass out a trace twice. It should be 37.
Okay. I'm like, that's stupid.
It's ridiculous.
My
Even the
passive
gods
self
cannot
is a
see.
33.
That's fun. That's funny.
Oh,
Yeah, 37.
I'm pretty sure at this rate our party is just gonna start hiding from the eyes of Paylor. Just like, yes,
Yeah.
we have stopped existing.
Oh. It's it because it did Alvin normally, but then it did you, Dirty Joe, and
Yeah.
you say I did it twice. But I rolled it for you too because I was curious to see if I did it to you, Dirty Joe. Okay.
oh my
Um,
god, that's stupid.
It's not difficult to deck out. There's a lot of coverings, different areas, your wagons and kind of crop outfields and different sorts of things. Remember, this is a courtyard, and so there's buildings like all around it, right? The tower and these other structures just notable, so it's sort of presented here. And so you're kind of heading west, and you have to get across the aqueduct, and that's kind of the more difficult part of the journey to try to hide and disguise yourselves. And it's easy to do. It's not difficult to do with those stealth checks. You are the wind, right? So it's a breeze as you're able to get through. And eventually you dart off of that. And then instead of kind of wrapping back east towards the main road that goes to the crossroads, Alden is rather taking you westward, which is actually funneling down a few different sorts of trails rather than roads through some of the more sparse buildings on the western side that is more of a vertical face than a gradual face in terms of the mountain slope and the plateau that's been designed. And so, as you're beginning to work down those trails, eventually you come across the aqueduct a few more times, and there have been intentional bridges that are kind of laid over in the same plank style as before, but now they're just like single planks, right? You have to kind of work your way tiptoeing across them at times, which is not difficult to do. And the aqueducts are kind of becoming less and less and less, and they're really now funneled instead for like mills. They'd be more for just drinking water and other usage. Then you get into a little bit of a forested region. The same trees that describe the oranges hues that kind of outreach from the mountains. And there's a little bit of snow that is covering in various areas here as you begin to ascend once more, coming from the base, and then you're kind of coming up. And Alden is actually leading you very intentionally to a place because they've been here a number of days, and they aren't staying at particularly the tower, so you wonder where they're staying. They're taking you to a small abandoned home, a little bit of a lodge, wooden core beams that have been built. There's a fireplace. You can see the stonework coming up. It is a single room lodge. That's how small it is. And it's built off of an acreage of different sorts of kind of cultivations of wildflowers and shrubs and things. And it's kind of lost in the edging of that evergreen trees. And someone probably built this as a hunting lodge of sorts. And as you're kind of coming in there, what is very much apparent is there's some trophies. There's a lack of supplies, but they've been rejuvenated by Alden over time. Different goods, things that they've kind of placed at the shelving units in the cupboards. And the kitchen, again, is just a fireplace with a little bit of table for prep. And then there's a cot position kind of on the opposite side, eastward, fireplace in the westward, central dining table in the middle, roughly only like a 15 by 20 foot. One singular door, an awning, straw covers over most of the building and fits into, kind of straw covers the roof, and then there's a straw awning that covers a little bit of the chopped wood that can be kind of broken down from some of the larger pieces, and there's still kind of little bits of splinters here and there, probably from Alden actually chopping the wood themselves, and it makes it a little bit that they're more humanoid-like than they were describing themselves as this Uharim, and they've been living here for seems based on your past investigations that they've been living here for probably the same time frame that they had described to you. So as soon as they kind of got here, they found a place, and from there they've just been doing their investigations and kind of going out to where they are trying to see who exactly is the rogue. How are you communicating this to the rest of your party in the alehouse still that this exists?
I would have been talking about landmarks that I saw. If we could have guesstimated how far 500 feet was, I would have indicated any distinct landmark within that visual range in front of me.
Okay. And then dimension dooring and then traveling yourselves up to the lodge, right? Okay. Not a problem. Easy enough to do. Dimension door comes off. And the rest of you are able to, you're not catching up per se, but you might be a little bit further behind because you're trying to move a little bit quickly, perhaps, to just make sure there's no eyes upon you, nobody tracking you. And eventually you gather together. And as you watch the trail behind you, that's more kind of down now, base, and then ascension up to some of the buildings, you actually a little bit having an angle where you can see across the way, now traveling a couple miles, roughly 3 to 4, I would say, or several miles. And you can see across that base there towards those buildings on the other side. And you're just looking for shadows, anybody that would be, spotting, looking, standing out. And it doesn't seem like there's anybody that has followed you, those stealth checks.
Hey, cozy digs you got here, man.
Thank you. It is humble. But
Ain't nothing wrong with humble. Nice, cozy little college in a beautiful countryside. I mean, Now we kind of got bigger fish to fry right now, but what do you think of this surrounding country? I mean, from what I've seen, I like this place. Maybe a good spot for a future little winter home or something.
Hmm. I haven't paid too much attention to that. The hunting has been good here. Plenty of animals, some large, not anything like the eastern side of the region. I have smelled other monstrous creatures that lurk within the mountains.
Yeah, we came across the trail of well, what we understand are some giant ass lizards that kind of roam around through the forests up in the hills and all that.
Hmm. Yes. They're dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
There's a couple of different types. They come from the Crystal Desert. They're pushed away.
Like pushed away by what?
Don't know. But I can feel beasts. It's part of my connection and the curse. The gift.
Well, that's interesting. But hey, nice. Seems like nice folks around here. Plenty of big game up in the hills. I mean, other than the well, I guess you could call it current political difficulties with these particular set of dwarves trying to take over and hassle people. I mean, the people seem nice enough when we're talking to them.
They are. People of Ismar are humble. They work diligently. They deserve everything they get. Everything they are owed. It is a tragedy what has befell them. The Silver Dragon. And Clan Gilgal.
Indeed, it is. Well, I think I'll file that away for a promising site of future expansion for Clan Buckwilder.
Like many things in this region, one does not own. They merely reside or rent, perhaps. I found this in this place. There are other lodges within the wood, primarily used for hunting before they adventure into the mountains. To rest.
Yeah, that was something interesting that I noticed. They don't really seem to use money around here very much, just bartering. Now you're saying they don't really jive to the idea of ownership in general.
It's not that they don't own what it is they build, but they do not believe that they own the land that the building is on. It is
No,
common to...
there's a...
Go ahead.
Oh, go on.
No, you proceed.
Well, I was just gonna mention there's a certain kind of beauty to that notion, I suppose. I mean, I know people can kind of get greedy with their estates and, slowly building their dynasty's power over time. If there's a cultural precedent for everybody just kind of going about their business, using what they need, and then passing it on to the next folks, it seems like that may dissuade that sort of thing. I like that.
That can
Well
also
put.
be dangerous.
Well, yeah, you certainly can. Well, I don't know. Maybe just at first glance, people here seem happy enough. I'm just saying, it's yeah, I kind of like this place. Maybe I'll hang out here when all of our trials, tribulations, and absolute batshit insane nonsense is over with.
Okay, I have a question. If someone were to build a giant wall around all of Ismar, would they own Ismar? Or just the land the wall is on?
These are complexities I'm not able to answer. It is up for you to decide, as it is the people. There is
Okay,
council.
I have an investment opportunity.
Elections. There is a election the people call Inhovik. It is the one that elects the Dwarven clan to preside with the Stone Council. Inhovik consists of halls within the notable settlements and villages. Windy Tower courtyard does not have one. Closest is Forg, and there are elders, several from the community. They also, in place laws, bring it to the Stone Council, which is then voted on by the people. There is no king, no queen, no lord, no lady. Even though there are people of nobility that do serve on these councils and the halls, they still do not use their power to abuse. At least, not that I know. After all, I've been in Ufaris for most of my life, venturing out, hunt, not necessarily interact with your kind.
Right. Maybe that's how it works usually, but from what I've seen, seems like the military regime here has more of an attitude of taking what they like.
Yes, Clan Gilgal. They have overthrown Aluda. They have taken over the Stone Council, and they have left a wake of destruction. It is my belief the Blood Knights that once, thousands of years ago, they are back. Thousands of years ago, Blood Knights, they roamed the halls of the Granite Keep. They called to a master known as the Tinkerer. They were like Ufarim in a way. They had our curse, but they were not Ufarim, nor were they a humanoid. They were a hybrid, mechanical parts, an abomination. Ufarim and the Blood Knights dealt battle, and this time the Velkin and Ufarim came together. Mutual understanding, fight the Blood. But the Velkin despised us, for they believed that one of us had given this master, the Tinkerer, our blood curse, or at least the knowledge to pass it on to the Blood Knights. In this time, this was when the Dwarven clans were at each other's throats. A great voyage had been undertaken, and they were settling themselves in their cities. First people had arose, but there was much contest. Blood Knights had came to conquer, but also to deal harm to the Ufarim, to wipe us out. Some of the bloodlines, some of the Ufarim, were slain by the silvered weapons the Blood Knights possess. Their bodies were not recovered. Fortunately, Ufarim and Velkin, we were enough. We were able to destroy them. But we did not find their master, the Tinkerer.
You said the Velkin believed that some Ulfrian gave the Tinker knowledge of how to instill this blood curse?
The Velkin believed that we, perhaps a rogue alpha, had given the knowledge of our curse openly to the Tinkerer, to assume power and control. Maybe do what it is this other rogue is doing right this very moment. Creating an army. We do not believe that was so. We still do not believe is what our code, our laws are built on. Ufaris, our most sacred temple. Corvos.
But it's not possible for a non-alpha to create more of you, right?
No. Our bloodlines run eons. When Corvos, the Forsaken, the Blood God, had given us our curse, which in the time was a gift. We in Ufaris still believe it is a gift, but many of the first people that we had sworn to protect believe it to be a curse. The Velkins see it as a curse as well. We may have a mutual understanding, but tension has been horrendously.
What is the relationship between an alpha and their progeny?
Yes, I will explain. We, as alphas, as elders, we are one and the same. We are not allowed to create Throlgoth, which are spawn. They are lesser than us, minute in power, but they still hold some of the curse, the gift. This curse forms in a hybrid of beast and humanoid. They are also quite immune to most blade magic, only silver. They also heed the command of their alpha, the one who had created them. It is a very horrific ritual. Requires the Temple of Corvos. It's important to understand is the blood that runs in my veins is alive. It is not some liquid that transports myself. It is as much alive as I am. For them to heal, blood must be alive, invigorate. For them to change, it must be so as well. They do not have the ability to shift, but in their humanoid form, the blood is rather dormant until called upon by either a command or a bloodlust, which you had observed. There is no alpha since the dawn of Ufarim who has ever created Throlgoth did not succumb to bloodlust. It is why they are banned.
I mean, not to get semantic on you here, but isn't all blood alive? I mean, is my blood dead? What makes yours so special?
It assumes a form of its own when it's needed. Observe. They hold their hand. As they do, the hand begins to change, just like that guardian. Observe that blood hand as it begins to morph and change and forms into that of a bear and begins to grow and cling into a huge, large size and then begins to form fur. It's growing into a bear claw that is humongous. Then it forms with still patches of skin. Begin to move it from left to right. It is the blood that does this.
Now, I mean, we had a druid friend of ours that was palling around with us for a while that could change his shape into a bear at will as well, and any other animal he'd ever seen. I mean, you say your blood powers your ability to do this. How is that different from nature magic?
It is very similar. Corvos is a forsaken god from the Feywild. They are responsible in some of our teachings for gifting natural magic to the prime material plane. This very well could be the precursor to the magic your druid uses.
There's an interesting thought. Most elucidating. More to the point, how long has this tinkerer guy you mentioned been around to your knowledge?
It is difficult to say. As soon as a Blood Knight was spotted, we attempted to infiltrate. But the Blood Knights, they possess true sight. It is difficult to use this and to observe an Ufarim, but with a well-trained eye, you can see it. Reddish tendrils are blood that might kick up, try to keep it dormant as much as possible. But as I had said, it is alive. The true sight can see this with a well-trained eye. Blood Knights, they are mechanical, programmed by the Tinker to see us. They are able to cut the time perception shorter than most. We could not get inside Granite Keep. Only hear the whispers of those servants that would pass in, speaking of horrific abominations that stride themselves into the very throne room of the King Gilgal as well. I cannot give you an accurate timeline, only that the first Blood Knight was rumored nigh 4 years ago. This
You
was-
did mention that all the Blood Knights have true sight, right?
Yes.
I'm understanding. Damn. Guys, didn't that friendly barkeep also have true sight?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's an experiment gone wrong. You know,
Or
a
an-
dry
oh.
test.
Or an experiment gone right? Maybe he's some kind of a sleeper agent or something. Damn, he
Well,
had such good
well,
beard,
hang on.
too. I'd hate to hate the guy.
Yeah, Othallo's legend lore said that he was running from something but didn't know what that something was.
Right. And how
Correct.
long ago was that?
That
So
was
for-
probably like an hour ago.
Well,
The
how
legend
long
lore or
ago?
the
No, how long
time?
ago? Like,
The legend lore wouldn't tell you that. The legend lore is not going to put a chronological, because that's what's important. Legend lore is exactly what it states. It's a legend of the character.
Mhm.
You know, it's going to be a bravado of what it is. It's not going to give you specific dates. You might be able to like kind of figure out a little bit that it has been some time, and I actually put that in through when I was doing that. I kind of was like, it was several weeks that they had been, you know, roaming away from the Stone City, and they were working as a soldier, a guard, right, in the City of Stone for a number of time, right? And so what I can kind of construct for you is just a vague timeline, not really too accurate based on that, is that they've been here for several weeks, if not upwards of a month and a half, and then the actual City of Stone serving as a guard there was actually many years they had been doing that. They were a soldier for all of their life, and they're aged dwarf. They're not young by any means, middle-aged. And so you kind of put it in the realm that that event had happened about a month and a half to 2 months ago would be a really good ballpark. Now, and also is equally important is what Halden is going to state, and I'm going to do this out of character because this is the easiest way to build this in your heads, is that Clan Gilgal was in the process of taking over a lot longer than they had actually blitzkrieged, for lack of a better word. So the Blood Knights appearing like 4 years ago, right? The Clan Gilgal wasn't in control yet. There was another clan that presided over, there was stability in the region, yada yada. But it was a trickle effect. There was things that were changing in dynamics. And then, right, roughly 6 months ago, there was a bigger change. And then, shorter time frame, roughly 3 months to 2 months, there was attacks that began to happen. So it's right, it's bam to bam to bam. And I don't want you to really remember a particular, like a specific timeline, because you're going to get really confused with how many things have happened in such a rapid succession. And I don't want to confuse you because there's already this super complicated character with like their powers and how this all works. So the best way I can say is that Strumble does not fit into the timeline of when the first Blood Knight appeared in the Granite Keep. And the Blood Knight that appeared was many years prior to Clan Gilgal taking control. Does that help?
Yes.
Definitely. So yeah, I don't think we need to off struggle. It seems his case might be a little different than what it actually is.
Isn't gonna assassinate the poor guy. Think if anything, it's a thread we could pluck at, and maybe if we need to, we question him, try to figure out where exactly he went, who accosted him, that kind of thing. I mean, if we want to go that far into this whole tinker business, still not sold on that as a priority, but it is interesting.
Well, when I did look into his past, it was kind of difficult in that moment. He has a lot of like blank spots where even his brain doesn't contain the memories to access what's happening, or divination is not letting me access what's happening. So,
Well, I mean, if he had some kind of a mad tinker guy messing around with people's brains and swapping their parts out for gizmoids, that sounds consistent to me. Poor bugger. I wonder if his hands is actually made out of hands. Or if it's like clockwork.
Speaking of the Alden, hypothetical, your ritual that you can do for Mortimer to remove this curse, could it be forcefully done on someone other than a Thrallgoth like an Alpha?
It would require the blessing of Corvos themselves. Ufarim has not seen Corvos unless they are brought to their domain to speak in private. I have been blessed to speak with Corvos. They have given me wisdom. Retract, curse, the gift to one of the ancient bloodlines would require the very god themselves to remove it. Not a ritual that I know.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. Of course, you may put an end to the bloodline through death as well.
Oh, you're saying if the Alpha is slain,
The Alpha
something
is
happens?
slain by Silver, and they do not recover from their wounds, and they have not gifted a child. The bloodline is gone.
But just to clarify, if they had a kid and we killed them, not the kid, the thralls would still be enthralled to the kid.
I see what you are saying. No. Brogoths are only commanded by that which does the ritual, which Alpha sends to a temple of Corvos and performs the blood rituals necessary to place themselves into you.
Okay, well, I like that answer a lot more. I would hate to, well, being burdened with ending the entire bloodline if there's some 5-year-old whippersnapper running around that suddenly has control of all this weird zombie beast armies and stuff. Not too keen on the whole killing kids business.
I am not either.
Small mercy, that.
But regardless of how the Tinker came across Blood Curse Village, if we assume that they use this, and we're also taking into account that they themselves could use silver weapons, and they don't necessarily shift into beast forms but are mechanical, hypothesizing here, but perhaps they've made some adjustments to this curse, and they themselves are the alpha of all of these Blood Knights, then maybe whatever we do to the Tinkerer have a trickle-down effect on all of the Blood Knights.
It's an idea, anyway. I mean, just raises the question again, though. How far do we want to get involved in this whole thing? I mean, personally, I'm fine with hunting down this rogue alpha feller. It seems like he's messing with people's heads around here, and I like this part of town, and, you know, if we're passing through, we can help some people out. I got no problem with that, but do we want to go diving into weird political intrigues of an entire nation? I mean, remember, guys, we're mostly just here for our own main objective.
True. Alden, what kind of threat does the Tinkerer pose to those other than Ulf?
Tinkerer poses a dire threat. Blood Knights have been put an end. They consist. Don't want. I will speak frank, plainly. They consist of parts of different human. They are not one person, they are many. That only could have been done by harvesting a number of them. Out of character. If you're not squeamish, this is, yeah. If you are squeamish, I should say, this is, yeah. This is, yeah. You get a little warning. Well, PSA. It's gonna be pretty, as Mikey would say, it's pretty metal, I guess.
Well,
I'm sorry, really quick, just like above table, just so I can get everything straight.
Yeah.
Didn't we know information that Damodar and the Tinkerer are somehow connected?
Yeah.
They're
So then,
lovers.
so then dealing with that would be pertinent, correct? I just like there's a lot of information going around, and I'm getting a little like lost in the soup.
So, yeah. So what can help you with is right. You know that the Tinkerer has a connection to Damodar. You know that there is a plot going on. This could be another soldier in Damodar's armada. The Tinkerer could be someone of great power. This could be maybe the Tinkerer is a pseudonym. Maybe they go through another name that is revered in history, or they have other titles associated with them. Now they're in hiding. And what stands out as odd is that they have taken a pseudonym or a name that would otherwise be of a name that was used over 2,000 years ago. And they're also this understanding of knowledge that was done 2,000 years ago, which is very grotesque. They are literal cyborgs. That is the definition of them. And they have also the blood curse from Uthorim somehow. So they are a trio of things. So taking out the Tinkerer could be very advantageous in your move against Damodar. If Damodar has some crazy things to do with these Blood Knights and wants to use them. I mean, and maybe this Rogue Alpha is also part of what is going on and also part of Damodar, and it's just another pawn, right? And maybe the Tinkerer is not a pawn. Maybe the Tinkerer is someone of higher stature, like a rook or a knight on the chessboard.
In counterpoint to that, even if Tinkerer is one of the majors, colonels, and or generals in Damodar's army, it could be that we are still better served by finding all of the pieces of our essences and dealing with the dragon threat directly as quickly as possible. It's all up in the air. Like, we really don't know the right answer yet.
Yeah.
It could be that our quest to find the essences dovetails nicely and takes us right to the capital anyway, in which case might as well shoot the Tinkerer in the face while we're there, grab the essence, and then get out. Or we don't know. We don't know where Michael's gonna
Yeah,
take.
I love it. That's so funny. You
Yeah,
know
it
the
all
Tinker,
remains to be
and you
seen.
know the Tinker, and I do want to reference for you, Anna. The Tinker connection came about when you went in Fort Farron underneath their house, and one of the fellows
Mhm.
actually spoke to Corvus. Corvus was telling you that they would be able to give you more information about yourselves, more things about the Chosen, in exchange to move against the Tinker.
After which, we already went and talked to the old guy in the well, and maybe that information he had for offer is already redundant to us. We don't know. We have decisions to make.
Very true. I always add more information to the pot for you to make, but still very, very, very clear. I think in the trajectory. I think finding the stones is something you all had decided to be a very paramount thing, and so don't get caught up with the tendrils of this socio-dynamics. This region has a lot of them, and there are all these kind of weird things happening, and it is a little bit of breath of fresh air because it's not a dragon. Number one, number two. Nothing seems to be like cataclysmically happening at the very moment. These things are kind of trickling down the line.
A lot more insidious.
Yeah, insidious
I mean, nothing's cataclysmic right now.
right now.
I mean, Arthuria is under siege. Baelder just got destroyed. Othema's currently in lockdown. I mean, we have to ask ourselves the question, how long can we spend dicking around out here while there are other games afoot?
Mhm.
The real question is this an issue that we'll have to deal with anyway? And when it does become like a major cataclysmic event, will we be on the other side of the continent? Because that's what I've noticed. Usually when something like goes terribly wrong, we need to spend half our time just getting there. If this is something where we're already kind of in the general area and we know something terrible could happen in the near future, we can kind of just head off in advance and then just move on before it becomes a bigger issue.
That's another good point.
Like in the future, what if these Blood Knights and Clan Giggle are just an army that marches on Othema, and we find out about it later? It's like, oh, damn, that's kind of
Yeah,
Maybe
like
we
what
should've
if
tightened
we're
it up.
down like in a Lathan or like even farther south, and then we figure out Othema is being besieged by Blood Knights, and we need to spend like a week traveling there. That's a week that Othema is under siege.
These are all
Well,
very good points. There's a lot of unknowns here. There's a lot of different directions we can go.
plus I would
Um,
just argue it is
it's a good
this
thing to
guy
do.
is a good guy that needs a
Yeah.
bonking in the head, you know.
True. You know what might help? Well, I'm trying to remember what the range is for the pull of the essence. Maybe just like
10
a
miles.
kilometer or two, 10 miles or something like that.
10 miles.
Yeah. So I maybe just try to see if we can get a ping off it. If there's nothing in the area, it means we have to move anyway. And if we just have to start moving once we deal with this rogue alpha around here, maybe move towards the capital and see if we get a ping there.
I mean, yeah, if we're looking for stones in Ismar, I just think the capital is a good place as any.
Yeah. At that point, it's an information gathering mission, and if we end up finding that that's where we need to go, we can deal with the Tinkerer then.
That's fair.
So right now,
Efficiency. See, back in character, assuming we just hashed those all out in accents.
Mhm.
Well, it's all right. So I feel like while we're here, I'd like to help our friend out, and I like this place, so I'd like to take out this rogue alpha who's causing so many headaches for nice, decent folk like our friend here. And after that, we can move on towards the capital and see if our interests align. So I guess, Alden, the next question I have for you is, you would know best where to look for one of these temples. You already kind of gave some guidelines to us earlier. Would you be able to sniff one of them out while we're here?
I can investigate. I have been trying, and I will continue to do so.
Do you want us to come with you?
You can, but again, I do not want to be associated with... Not to have disrespect, but the Belkin. We already had a counter with them. They will now be on watch, looking at you all. If I am seen with you, and they know that I am an alpha in Barim, it will grow great tension. They might even assume I am the rogue. Belkin are quick to strike. They do not operate in the gray, only the dark. They perceive me as evil. They will try to put an end to me, and they will fight to the death. They are not afraid to die. You might have
Totally
words with
fair.
them, perhaps. Maybe speak to them. You can mention
I
me
mean-
if you wish. It is your choice. Maybe that will draw their attention away enough for me to try to scour through some of the places that I have not exactly been able to go. They have been staying within the tower. I haven't done much scouring in there as of yet.
Well, it's alright. So, you did mention that it was likely a stone building, probably underground. Apart from the tower, which we could check out for you, are there any other buildings that you had kind of earmarked as places worth investigating? We could always split up, hit two of them at once.
Mausoleum. It is a large structure. Much of it inside is stone. Could be a foundation. A cellar, perhaps, leads underneath. The Kaskra, twins. They are a jovial bunch. I've spoken with them under my other form. They were believable.
And they hang out at the mausoleum?
Mausoleum, Dwarvish for brewery.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about a place full of dead people.
Just on a slightly related note about the capital, and if I haven't already, relay all the information about the possible offer for working with the Orc War Chief to take Ismar. So, if we are interested, there is another group, the goblins we were hanging out with earlier, that are interested in taking Ismar. Could be a possible in to get into the city and towards Tinker under the guise of, or to stuff that's happening in the capital, under the guise of an invasion.
Do you
Well,
know if there'll
if we're
be
not-
kinds of holders?
If we're not interested in participating, we have a definitive timeline of when that's going to happen. So we have to decide if we want to be involved in like the siege or do it before the siege kind of situation.
That is a very good point. Personally, I'd like to not be involved in open warfare. So, I mean, they were going to be hanging out for the next, 4 or 5 days or something before they started crossing the river and then making their way upwards. So, if we want to take care of all the stuff here and then scope out the capital, maybe find another, and then possibly sniff out this Tinkerer guy, we need to start heading there like tomorrow so we can head off this upcoming invasion.
I mean, I think the invasion might be a good, opportunity for us. We can use the chaos as a cover to get in places we couldn't usually get into.
And then risk getting a mallet or an axe through the head by somebody we don't know. I mean, for one thing, we're not orcs or goblins. Felix here accepted. So unless we're sticking with the one of the bosses the whole time, if we run across one of them invading types, they might just say, "Hey, there's a bunch of humanoid guys. They don't have green skin. Let's stick an arrow through their face."
I mean, we can fix
So
that. It can look like orcs.
Yeah, the other side of that is we're not dwarves, so because we're not dwarves, we might just start, getting warhammers chucked at us every single time we go down a new corridor
Uh,
or something. Like it's a
well, I mean,
it's a
I feel
really
that
bad situation. I'm just saying I'd rather not get caught up in a war because that's bad for everybody, us included.
But like sieges aren't instant. I mean, do we know if it's like an overwhelming force, or will it take like a while for them to take the city?
I don't really think it matters. Everybody's gonna have their hackles raised and their eyes peeled. We don't belong because we're not from around. Everybody's gonna be suspicious. They're gonna shoot fast or shoot first and ask questions later. Is my point.
so I think I believe remember what he's saying. They feel they have a secret way into the city.
Yeah, OOC, what you heard from Boss Cobb is that they have a way into the city. They have a way into the city, was what Boss Cobb was saying.
Yeah.
You know,
So they so Boskop, who we were talking to earlier, he seemed impressed by our abilities and conversation, and was possibly going to connect us with this war chief that they're backing, and they feel confident that they have a way into Ismar. Um, I don't know the details; we wouldn't learn it. Um, I'm just saying I'm not advocating one way or another. I am saying that if we want to have an avenue where nobody's in control of the city, doing it during the time of conflict or however they're doing, there's a lot of chaos. That is an opportunity to catch, this fella off guard. Um, I feel like if things are status quo in Gilgal, I, you're less likely to catch um, our friend the Tinkerer if they're there off guard.
Well, one thing that kind of is reassuring about this siege to me is that I believe that there's a possibility the Tinkerer is working with Clan Gilgal, which means he might even send some of his Blood Knights to aid in the defense of the city, something the orcs might not even be planning on. Which means, again, this siege might become much more protracted than we expected, something I typically wouldn't exactly be happy about. But when we're trying to if we try to go kill the Tinkerer, having him be sending some of his soldiers out to deal with the siege and having it be lasting longer than expected might be the perfect time.
Well, I had positioned us that we wouldn't be fighting on the front lines, that we're more of a special task force that could be sent in to do something if needed. We are not committed in any way to this. If we want to do it, we can meet up with Boss Cop and his people and follow them in 5 days. If we don't want to be involved at all, I think Joe has the other side of it that we can just go and try to get in and out before. Um, it is a matter of if we think it is beneficial or not to be there when the shit is going down. I don't
Yeah,
know. I think Joe and I have both said our piece. Let's get some other thoughts in here.
I don't want to be in the front lines of this.
Again, we
I,
wouldn't we
I,
wouldn't
I
be front
agree.
line.
I agree. We are a special unit that should just, you know, kind of stay out of it. I think.
Well, I don't think that
I
was
think
the.
this is the opposite of our goals. We said we wanted to look for more stones. Let's look for more stones. Let's focus on one thing, stop getting drawn into other stuff.
I think So we're just trying to figure out if we do eventually decide to pursue this Tinkerer lead, then it might be advantageous for us to do so, to have done so before the goblin attack. I think that's what Felix is getting.
Before or during?
Yeah, I was saying that maybe during
Just not
he's
after.
waking.
During feels like too much stuff going on. I would say
Too many
before.
opportunities for death. All right. Okay. With this in mind, guys, I think the decision we have to make is if we can't find this temple within the next, let's just say 36 hours or so, are we going to cut and run and just try to make it to the capital before all this other shit kicks off, sniff around, and then get out? Or are we going to stay committed to dealing with this local issue and then either A, going in with all the orcs, or B, just fucking off entirely, leave the capital until it sorts itself out? Maybe scout out some other parts of the country.
May I speak?
Please do.
Granted.
I have been to the City of Stone. It is built of solid red rock, except for the granite keep that stands in the middle, surrounded by a large moat. The walls tower. They are solid. There are ramparts that lead into the city through 3 entrances, and a defended harbor with walled jetties that extend outwards. Clan Gilgal has armed many of the towers with a new weapon, one of which that is able to blast projectiles of metal great distances. The harbor is small. The city is small. It was never built to have many people, but it is there as a beacon for the dwarven clans and their wealth, their riches, and their glory. And it has had a numerous amounts of change. Not allowed one ruler to sit and grow it. This Ukar, I have heard them. I have heard their name. They use powerful magic. They are an orc that the ones that I have encountered, mainly white breakers who have fled the hills. They are a tribe of orc that ride wolves, stay to the bow. They speak of this great chief as wielding magic that is purple and pink in color. They were once plain orc, then they traveled and came back, many, many years later, far than the life of an orc should live. Whitebreakers spoke of intelligence and cunning. We of Arim have no business with orcs, but we needed to know in case the great chieftain had bigger plans. I was not aware that they wished to move on the city. This is new. I thank you for that. I do not believe the orc numbers are great enough to siege the city. They will be looking for another way. One that I do not know.
Over the link, should we tell him that the Tinker might be working with this orc, since they seem to be aligned with the same evil bastard who's been harrying us this whole time? The whole purple and pink lightning thing from the orc sounds awful familiar.
To be fair, we have seen purple pink lightning for people that are not Damodar aligned, that were just happen to be chosen.
But
True.
it's the whole sudden increase in power and lifespan does seem a bit off.
Right, but if they were, I mean, it's possible. He's psychotic, right? But we know Clan Gilgal is aligned with Damodar. Why would he have 2 of his armies attacking each other?
Because
maybe-
either way, he gets his end goal.
Yeah, maybe
Either
Clan
way, he gets what he
Gilgal is
wants.
aligned. Maybe the orcs are fully underneath him, but Clan Gilgal is just aligned with him. He wants full control.
I mean, it's possible, but you would take out your enemies that are actively resisting you before you went and killed your own armies.
Not
You know, you'd
necessarily.
send them both. You'd both. Why? Why wouldn't you? You attack
Consolidating
people that are
power.
actively.
Because they can handle each other. You don't even have to touch that. They're doing it for you.
But why would you have them do that before you've taken out Athema or anybody else that's actively resisting? You take out the people that are actively resisting you before you clean house.
Or hell, maybe he doesn't even have control over it. Maybe this is just all some internal struggle, you know? I mean, lords in the kingdom struggle between each other all the time for power. This is just awesome. I mean, maybe Damodar is pretty hands off.
We
Right,
really
Castus
don't
the
know.
Bloody.
Yeah.
Lord strive a battle all the time.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die.
Sorry, just let it go.
I mean, it just. I don't know the guy, right? But it doesn't line up with everything that we've seen Damdar, who's been about consolidating power under his rule, his vision. And discontent between his own forces would make sense. You know, unless it's to just commit mass murder for the sake of it. But we don't have anything that is evident that benefits him, unless I'm missing something here.
Yeah, no, you're right. The whole thing is weird. So maybe we just don't mention the whole Damodar connection to our friend Alden here.
No,
Although
I think.
I will say now
Why,
I'm inclined to. Oh, sorry, you go.
I think we just handle our business with Alden to do some good in this world, and then we move on and do our city business independent of what he's going to do. Yeah, you know,
Yeah, agreed.
just let's check this box and move on. We can do some good and then continue with our main focus, whether that's getting stones in the city, and if we're there and we have a target of opportunity at the Tinkerer, we'll take it. Whether that's in the siege or before the siege or after, you know, all those things. But I don't think every dot has to be connected to each other.
Sure. All right, so we all cool with at least spending the next day and night trying to sniff out this Temple to Corvo, see if we can put a stop to this, and then we'll reassess by, I don't know, tomorrow evening or something.
Would it be more beneficial if we spent our time doing that while on our way to the city?
Well,
If
I
it
mean, he
pops up
thinks
in
the
our
temple's
path,
here.
I
Yeah.
don't
So
know. I just
you
feel like
Ranger folk, how far on foot to the city of Eastmar do you think?
looking at a map, how far on foot to Ismar would it be?
Or on
Oh,
horseback.
just passing it over. Which one?
On foot from
Okay.
here.
From here. So Eastmar is not very large, but you want to kind of stick to the roads to make sure your travel is not so horrible. About 48 miles or so to Ford. And it is working down some of the upper foothills here into the Lowwood and then across a very grandeur bridge that traverses to that village of Ford. That journey on foot would take hard 2 days travel, or if you had a horse, probably ride them really hard to cut it down to a single day. The bridge running across in this particular segment is roughly 6 to 7 miles across, and that is Noktorlog, which stands for the Starlight Bridge. Generally, people actually camp out on the bridge and kind of have it as a safety net. Because remember, the Gentlewood, the Highwood, those are home to not so friendly creatures at times. This is still nomadic in terms of things, and so they actually will just camp out on the bridge, hang out, and it's a nice little safe place. And from there, it's not very far. It's only about a 12, dozen miles or so to get to the city of Stone, Aludo, which is portrayed in the regional map as very dramatic, and that's intentional. So I would give it roughly about 3 days on foot or so. And then on horseback, I would call it right around 2 days because you need to rest the horses, not push them so hard. But this doesn't count for any of the Clan Google dwarfs that might have checkpoints, fortifications, questions, that sort of thing. So you counted that Fort Flat Miner. They could very well be on the main road.
What
So
if
we,
once we were done with looking for this Corvos temple, we at least tried to meet with the leader of the orcs? I mean, they would bring us there on the back of dire wolves. We probably would avoid any dwarf checkpoints on the way there, and while we don't have to actively take any deals once we meet him, we could probably just like get a bit more information, gather information. If we figure out he's not working with Damodar, we can just leave. And if we figure out he's working with Damodar, maybe we say we work with him, and then in the night he has a happy little accident.
Well, that gives up any possible lead we would have on them getting there.
Mhm.
That's
But I
what
mean,
you
if
would
the
have to
leader
weigh.
dies,
So-
they're not going to get there in
Because
the first
right
place.
now they still have to travel in 45 days. We could start traveling in 2 days. If we just left after, hopefully we find this temple and wipe it out, we would have a few days padded where we could poke around the capital, find anything we need to find, and then get out. If we go to meet this orc filler, chances are if we decided to go to the capital after that, we'd be traveling with them, and the whole thing would be kicking off as soon as we got there. That's the
And that's
trade-off.
what we wanted to avoid.
Yeah.
Right, so if we do go there before the orc war chief, I see on the map here where Boscom marked, they have a makeshift dock there. If their forces are here, it's likely either unguarded or lightly guarded. If we go down that cliff face, we could use that dock, cross the water, and make our way to the other side to up towards Aluda. Uh, I don't know how much time wise that would be, but it would avoid going across the bridge. That is their plan of traveling to Aluda.
Yeah, so ranger wise, you'd be adding a few more days onto that trek just because the travel, not exactly you can take horses, or you have to leave them at some point on the journey. And then when you get across, it gets into very mountainous, forested terrain. And then eventually we'll descend to a plain that surrounds Aluda, farmland, things like that. And so you're adding several days, but you would not be following any road, and there would not be any dwarfs beyond the occasional patrol that might be there. Which, if the orcs, this is something to say as well, if the people are not being protected by the dwarves, and the orcs are kind of at war with the dwarves, and their territory encompasses the foothills of north and south, stand to reason there would be no patrols there.
And from what we've seen, just bumming around town here, the dwarves don't seem to be accosting people unless they have a specific reason to. So if we're just travelers cruising along the road, there's a decent bet that they won't screw with us.
Yeah, I just want to, if we decided to take their path, um, you know, they still can't get there faster than us. We're going to move faster than a large force. And if we say left in 2 days on that path, even if it takes more days, they have to travel the same. We would know that we were ahead of them. But we might not even need to take it. I want to give us options.
Indeed.
Okay, well, we have definitely spoken. We have definitely talked about things. I think it's time for a break to kind of collect your thoughts before we kind of come back into more conversation, if that's what you wish to have. I did want to say that Alden at this point is going to check on Mortimer and really handle kind of going through kind of medicine checks, maybe some other connections that they have with Thralgoth, and work through some things. And just give you some time to really speak on your behalf, or just telepathically have that silence because they're not part of it. So, and I do have to state whatever decision you make is your decision. And glad that you're all talking about and going through things. And the complexities of that is awesome to see. And no time is wasted. Just remember that. So the more time you plan, the more time you talk about things, you'll actually find that you'll take the better road to travel, so to speak. All right. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We are going to take a 10-minute break or so. So we'll come back at about 6:40 p.m. PDT. Hopefully you join us when we come back. See you in a bit. Bye.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back. So much for rejoining us here. So we're in a little bit of a lodging, the outskirts of the Windy Courtyard, due west, with Alden, who is an Alpha Ufarim, who has brought us here. This is the place they've been staying while they're doing their investigations. And you all, as a party, through your delegations and your conversation, have figured out that, hey, we want to look for this this rope. We're going to take the end of the day, and then if we don't find anything that would be of aid, then we're going to get on the road and head in the direction of the city of Stone to get away. Right. So, question now is proposed as to where exactly you wish to start. Look for this place. Given information. Go ahead.
I'm going to start with just using divination.
Okay.
Dala's going to cast it. In our search, in the city of the Windy Tower, where can we find the Temple of Corvos?
And you're doing that divination.
Yeah. Single
Hmm.
question.
Single question. You hear the voice of Corvos themselves.
Oop. Nice.
You will find the entrance you seek. Turn of a handle, the drip of water. You'll need the blood of my own.
I'm sorry, that was the turn of the handle and a drip of water?
A turn of the handle and a drip of water.
I think it's in the bathroom.
You've cracked the case, Costas. You've cracked it.
Yeah, in the same flooded bathroom with Moaning Myrtle.
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine if I literally had that, man? That'd be great. Come on!
Actually, did you need like hair or something to get into the fucking Slytherin room? It was that for like the shapeshifting potion. I
No,
haven't
you
looked.
had to
For the
speak
polyjuice
parcel tongue.
potion, you needed a piece of the person that you were trying to transform into.
Yeah.
So hair is the easiest.
So this really is. We're sneaking into Slytherin. We're sneaking into the Slytherin. We're gonna find a basilisk. This is what's gonna happen.
Even better, we get blood demons to fight.
Mr. Othello, you figure anything out?
I'm just trying to figure out the whole thing. It was a turn of the handle, drip of water, and the blood of their own. That's what you said?
Correct.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll repeat it back to everybody. Corvos explained that himself.
So Alden would have to come with us, right?
Or Bear Boy. How do you feel about like bleeding into a vial?
That's actually a good point. And then we could
Called the
split
Bear
it.
Boy. Did you do that in
He
character?
did. He did call him Bear Boy.
Out loud? Like not telepathically? Just being like, Bear Boy.
Yeah.
Really?
All right, let's let this run. Let's see what happens.
Alvin comes right to your face. Ask her why as they're turning their head left and right. Bear Boy. Really?
Just in the
I'm really
background
bad with
making
names.
popcorn.
I can't describe how bad with names I am.
See you up and down.
Well, this is awkward.
Mhm.
Indeed, it is. My name is Alden, not Bear Boy. How can I help you?
Okay. Would you mind bleeding into a vial?
My blood is sacred.
Yes,
not
we
be
need it to
spilled.
enter the temple.
How do you know this?
Athala, go ahead.
Well, didn't you tell us that already? That your blood had to mark the passage or something? We can't get in without it. I distinctly remember that a couple hours ago. You told us that in the bar.
He did.
did. Is this
So
why you
yeah,
need
yeah,
blood?
yeah. Just hold on. Won't your blood like affect Mortimer over here?
Yes.
So I think Mortimer, you kind of hold up here, lock the door, and Alden, you come with us. And when we go to find this temple.
When I said that my blood would be needed, I was referencing the blood of another. I will gladly give it. Where to?
Well, Mr. Athala, you said trying to handle and grip of water. I think of like sewers, or maybe like a bathhouse, or a fountain.
Or
Do any of
an
those?
or a
Oh,
brewery. They use water.
Hmm.
Very good
true.
also.
And we've
Do
been
any?
talking about the brewery and the twins there a lot.
So that's an option. Um, is there anything else that would strike that you've been studying in the town, Alden?
I have not spent much time in the tower itself, but I have heard that the tower has many bathrooms, and in some of those bathrooms there are bathhouses, basins.
Right.
Courtyard
Those
has a
are
well. There is no sewer within anywhere I have seen, except for that of the tower.
Do you think like an entrance to the temple would be marked with like iconography to Corvos?
Temple of Corvos would have been built before the tower.
So below it, probably.
Hmm. Yes.
You know what floor the brewery's on, or whatever the lowest floor is.
The brewery sits on level with the courtyard. The mill helps run, sits in the aqueduct out back. There is an entrance into a cellar that delves underneath for supplies. But beyond that, I do not know. They have
Sounds like a good
pumps
enough.
that draw in water from the aqueduct, but I do not believe there is anything of a sewer or piping that helps with any of that beyond what is on the courtyard level.
I mean, if we think it's connected to the tower of the brewery, that might be a good place to start. It'd be obvious, but maybe they and Joe, you can look to see if there's any secret compartments or latches or entrances or something like that. Unless somebody has a better idea.
Well, over the link real quick. I'll just remind everybody. I mean, the last time we ran into one of these temples, it was underneath a library, not underneath the biggest, grandest building in town. I know that's just one single example, but it's all we have to go off of, which makes me think the brewery might be a more likely target.
Well, the library was connected to House Farron, which is
Yeah, which is a big grand building.
yeah.
I guess that's a good
Uh,
point.
Could be wrong, but the brewery's inside of the tower, right? It's on,
Exactly.
or
Wait, is it?
It's on the first floor.
The brewery is not inside of the tower. The brewery
Oh.
is on the north side of the courtyard. So on the Windy Courtyard map, northeast the brewery, east is the bakery, south is the ale house, and northwest is the tower. So they sit
I
in
mean,
independent structures.
It could be the brewery, it could be under the tower. The brewery could have some kind of connection underground to the towers, underground, whatever. It could be anywhere.
Well, is the fountain the well? Is it in the tower? or is it
There is a
outside?
well inside the tower. It sits at the center point of the L. There's also a well in the courtyard. And again, there are bathrooms inside of the tower on the many different levels. They have stalls and privies that also go and funnel through, most likely dispensing underground or into the water source that is drained and not used by the people. And there are baths. There's also a swimming pool in the Windy Tower. So
Hoity-toity.
Yeah, I think we should look there. Maybe that's my suggestion. Maybe look in the tower with the wells and the bathrooms. There's a drip of water and door sounded specific to handle. So.
Okay. I mean, we can knock off a bunch of those this evening, right? It's just a matter of we'll want to not draw attention to ourselves. So I don't know if anybody had like access to spell to change our appearance and still had a spell slot for it. That could help us, but you know,
Yeah, I might start charging you, Felix. Yeah, I can
I
change
wouldn't
our.
blame you, man.
I can do it probably one more time for today. It'll last till midnight, so we got time.
speaking with Mortimer, they are quite frightened. I trust you all with the task. I will gift you my blood. A number of feet away should suffice. But if you need me to come with you, I will.
We don't need you because we can always reach you. Well, if we need to. It just I didn't want to, trigger a
Of course.
reaction.
Good number of distance feet should suffice. Begins to walk away from the lawn. You have a vessel that you can contain this in.
Yes, I'll give him one of my glass bottles.
Takes the glass bottle. And then you see the beginning to form a large claw out of the blood. It spins and twirls. Glass bottle on the right hand side. They then open a wound with the claw. Right forearm begins to dribble blood on the claw itself. The wound is quick. They dip the edging and tips of the claw down. They begin to change their hand back. They then repeat the process, continue to bleed their blood. It takes a little bit of time. Because they're so quick to heal, there isn't much blood that comes from this creature. Nothing is really wasted. He then hands you the vessel, order filled. That should suffice. Only a drop is needed, but I gave you enough in case something is to arise.
Much appreciated.
Thank you,
And
Boris.
if we end up opening up the way, we'll give you a holler, yeah?
Yes, and if you need me to delve into the temple with you, I will. I will stay with Mortimer until I hear otherwise. Thank you for your service.
Is he still
Anytime.
bleeding or is it healed back up?
It heals within 2 seconds. Every time he cuts, it heals almost instantly.
Well, I think we go as soon as Mr. Thala is ready to disguise this as something else and just try to maximize our time we got.
I do want to reference as note, it has been enough time for a short rest. Obviously, Felix, or David, you already took that with Felix. You all can take a short rest if you wish. You need to get some stuff back, perhaps. Alden is going to make way back to the lodge, the hunting lodge, to be with Mortimer. Perhaps make them dinner, right? Help them out a little bit. They leave you all.
Out of character.
Go ahead.
Out of character. Playing a short rest dependent character class makes me feel like a drug addict. Like, hey man, you got any short rest? Can we get a short rest, man?
I need it, man. Gotta give it to me.
I just need a
Please.
little fix for the rest of the day.
Oh man, have you ever played with the DMs that are like really stringent on short rest? They have like rules too at the table, so like you can only take one short rest a day.
And I'm like, oh, that nobody's ever gonna play a monk or a warlock,
yeah,
just-
like why would you ever play this class at that point? Yeah, bad. Anyways, short rest. The wind is softly moving through. There's an overcast overhead. There's no rain. The evergreen trees move and bow. You have a trail that leads outside of this forest line and back to the windy courtyard, heading east, the way you came.
All right, I'll turn all of us. We'll be different halflings. I don't want to cause attention and make us dwarves, and then we have to explain our clan. So we'll go into different halflings, looking a little different, like wood elves. So like dark complexion, sun kissed, olive.
Me too.
Yeah, you'll be a halfling this time.
So basically, Thea just looks like herself, only smaller.
Yes,
Cool.
basically.
With hairy feet.
Shorter.
With hairy
With
feet.
hairy feet. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a rest after this.
Okay. So as we throw the seaming down, everyone begins to change. Being wary now with information of true sight in the midst of our adventure. Maybe staying on a little bit of alert. But based on description of what a blood knight looks like, I think you might be able to recognize it before they recognize you. We begin to head back. Okay. We are going to pass through the courtyard, unless you wish to take any things. But from recollection, we have tower and brewery. So, which one were we leaning towards again? Tower, brewery.
Looks like tower.
Let's be sure. Tower. Okay. So the tower is not on that courtyard map. It actually has an independent map. Now the tower does have multiple floors. Not every floor is going to have a particular map. So first floor it does. I'm going to bring you over to this map here, and I'm going to give some descriptors very quickly. Put on. Okay. So, as I described before, the Windy Tower is a massive L-shaped structure. It has thick brick pieces that form its outer walls. And sometimes the interior is thick as well. But this tower has had renovations through it many times. It has mixtures of different stones throughout its structure. And the rooftop, the ceiling height of some of the floors is kind of averaging from like a 9 to 10 to 11 feet. And it actually is formed with like thick pieces of sheetrock that's been bricked and grouted and supported with many different pillars. And this is because the tower didn't necessarily have a whole lot of rooms in it when it was created. It was just served as this large sentry tower that housed many different clan Radal soldiers and other people in it. And it had kind of only a few floors that were more grandeur and spaced, kind of served as just this real large beacon of the clan and an observation. Now, the rooftop is also not accessible, but it once was accessible. And so you'll find at the top floor of this tower described is that there's a staircase that will lead, but it's blocked off by pieces of large stone that kind of had been built over top of it and supported with wooden beams and things. So pretty large project. And that is because you don't want exactly a drunken person to wind themselves up and fall off of a over 100-foot tower. So that's what this tower has become. It's become a large and open hostel, which really serves rather vacantly at times. Many of the rooms are just open, especially on this hour. People are out doing things before they come into the late evening to find some of the just completely empty of furnishing stone rooms to lay down their bedrolls and their supplies and just get a free place to stay that's outside of the weathering conditions. The staircase fits into a central pillar at the L that's adjacent to the well, and then there's some common rooms with candles and tables, and there's also a billiards room. There's bathrooms that are around the structure, of course, for you to ask or perhaps just inquire about. and that'll kind of help you out and guide you a little bit more. There are people in this particular chamber. So upon entry, I put you in the middle of the tower, which is the main entry, but there's two others. One to the south of you and one to the east of you that enter into the L. There's a pillar at the center here, and this is a round table that goes around of solid stone, and it has different cupboards, different cubbies and things for different supplies. Right now in there, there'd be like scrolls and other sorts of writing utensils, reagents. There's people on desks that are very similarly dressed. They have a little bit of brown coloring of cloth of wool and the kind of poncho that comes over that is checkered. They're actually taking some notes down and working on things, and they're kind of getting themselves up and maybe putting things back into these shelving units behind them, and they're taking out other books and they're kind of writing, and they'd be almost like clerks, but no one's really paid necessarily. So I wonder what they're particularly doing with their clerk positions. Perhaps they're just kind of making notes of things that need to be repaired in the tower, or perhaps new supplies they need to fetch and certain things. So yes, I'm going to have it unpaused. Really all you hear is a slight murmuring, some from adventures then, and the ink pens going to paper.
So, what, we're just looking for a room with a leaky faucet in it or something, or what?
I don't know. He was being specific and kind of joking, but it does sound like maybe we should be keeping our ears out, maybe for dripping water, and then we'll hear in front of the door. I don't know. You know, he's a trickster, so
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably underground, so I guess search around for the nearest staircase downward.
Yeah, if we think the temple was here before the tower, it's likely built over it, so the basement is probably a good spot if we can get there.
But it was a secret passage last time, so it might be leaky faucet, fix something, touch something, leads to somewhere else. So it might not be the most obvious staircase as well. So
So should we all fake ear bells and drum and just check out every bathroom?
Sure.
it's not the worst option.
So let's just split up and everybody take a room, see what you see, and hopefully one of us stumbles across something promising.
Do you also want to note that most of the tower is pitch black? There's no windows, and there is no real sconces for torches that are lit.
Dark vision tattoo, yeah.
I'm gonna light up a torch.
All right. You can actually go into Conditions tab, and you should see the torch condition, and that will light your token. It's easy enough to put it on yourself. Ishil, you've gone into a storeroom that just lies due south. There's many different crates that are filled with many different sheets and other sorts of kind of cloaks and things that they may hand out to adventurers or people that are in need of some supplies to camp themselves out in the rooms. As soon as you open the door, one of the actual clerks is kind of looking towards you. Is there something that you need? A warm clothes, perhaps?
Nope, just looking for the nearest restroom. This obviously isn't it.
Oh, no, most certainly. It's over here. Please, let me help you.
Just haven't looked around in there. Did it look like there were any other doors?
There is other doors, yeah. There is doors over here and then over here. There's multiple ways to get into that room. See Costas with a torch looking into the opposite side.
Just a note, I did, when Costas turns back to me, prestidigitate his torch out.
You prestidigitate his torch what?
Put it out.
Oh, you put his torch out? Okay.
Does he even see me? I've gone in a hallway.
Costas, your torch.
I did it before you went out the
You
hallway.
did before you left. Yeah, Costas, your torch goes out. Do you relight it?
I relight it.
Okay. You just follow and keep prestidigitating his torch out?
Yeah, actually, that's what I will do.
Okay, is there any place with flowing water here? Or like with a specific like handle that can be turned?
You
Yeah,
don't
so
know. You
you-
can't see.
So Costas, you actually have walked into the first bathroom area. You walked into several different stalls with privy holes that descend down into the darkness. Dripping water emerges from the eastern door. Opening the door, you see 3 large stone basins ingrained into the bedrock of the floor. and there is actual pump taps that can be turned in levers to actually dispense water down. Fortunately for you, your torch keeps going out.
I'm gonna relight it. Like, I'm just gonna fucking relight the torch. And I'm gonna take a look around to see what's causing my, What I did the dodge condition? That was an accident. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna relight the torch, and then I'm going to look around to see what's causing my torch to be turned off.
Perception check. $15. Felix, are you stealthing away?
I'm not even in the room.
Costa, you don't see anything.
Fine. I just close the door. And then I'm going to try to examine these basins for anything that looks peculiar.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Felix, you've been going into some rooms. Same thing with Costas. You notice they're just open and barren. And actually, they seem to be slightly, cleaned up, like someone has taken a fresh broom through. Costas, an investigation of 5. They look like basins filled with water to take a bath in. The water seems to be slightly dirtied, but there is a drain that could be opened, and the water dispenses down into other holes similar to that of the privy.
Okay, I will just tell people that I found some basins over here, but nothing strange. At least that I can see.
So, Shirley, you open the door, you come to the southern clerk's office, and that is the exit out of the tower towards the courtyard.
Oh,
Are
don't
these
worry.
are these over here stairs going down?
They are stairs going up.
Okay.
They actually will go freehand. They go like that. They're kind of wrapping around and going up. So it's actually
okay.
a suspended staircase as it goes up.
When Costas passes by me again, I will prestidigitate this torch back up.
All right. Costas, your torch goes out, but luckily there's someone else with a torch raised as people are playing in the pool, laughing and giggling, and there's a slight waterfall sound as you begin to come in here. As
I'm
there's
gonna look
two
around to see if I-
large statues of dwarfs with mouths gaped open. They're pouring water down, seemingly pumped from some source.
I'm gonna see if I can find any sort of handle in the room.
There is no handle for those statues. They're just pouring endlessly. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Make your way over to one of the statues. Begin to put your hand in the mouth. This old lady with a cane begins slightly walking over to you, watching 2 of their children begin to play in the pool. What are you doing there, young lad?
You see, I am a mechanic. I've actually been hired by the tower to examine these.
What
the
is a
armor.
mechanic?
I fix broken objects. You see, they thought there might be a problem with the pool. I'm here to see if there's anything blocking the flow of water.
Ah! Roll deception. Well, before you get to that, young lad, Matter illusion a handle in the statue's groin. Use the wall statue around the groin region forms a handle. The old lady looks towards you, human, elderly, nearly 90 years of age. I've got something for you to fix here. Sore of some kind. If you might take a look at it, please. It was wonderful. It's just on the back end of my leg. Would be a good lad. Check it out for me.
I only deal with like statues and like,
Oh, here, let me freeze.
buildings.
They freeze.
Yeah, unless you're made of stone or metal, I can't really do anything.
Oh,
That's the
I see.
you healer. Yeah, like a
Ah.
healer or a cleric. I can actually
You're
recommend
not a
one.
healer.
Yeah, statue healer.
You're
I
a
heal buildings.
statue healer. Ah.
Buildings. I heal
Do you hear that,
buildings.
kiddos? This is a statue healer.
Yeah.
Well done.
All right. So the statue are on either side of the pool. These elements here are kind of perennials that are extending out and supporting the large ceiling of stone.
By the
See,
way,
one of
Costas
them
is
over
going to
here. Say
examine
again?
the handle that has appeared.
Yeah. So you here, it's looking rather strange. You grab onto it.
I would like you to see if there's anything. And I would like to examine it closely before
Make
grabbing
an
onto it. You know,
investigation
make
check.
sure there's no traps.
Yeah, sure. It's no trap.
Sorry, I'm laughing too much to click on investigation.
16. It seems rather odd. Could have sworn you didn't see it when you walked into the room. Now it's there. It's out of place. The other statue doesn't have one either.
Hmm.
Poor other statue. Emasculated in its prime.
Costas is gonna slowly poke the handle.
Poke the handle in your hand, goes right through.
There's an illusion of handles. There's magic handles. That's over the mental link.
Magic candles?
Huh, don't say.
I've heard of these before. If you rub the area vigorously, it'll appear again.
Based on its positioning, I believe that should be up for you to do. You know, it's at your height.
Yeah, but you know how to lay them hands on, right? So,
You know what? I don't work with this kind of handle. You know, it's
Is Istriel, is there a way to opt out of other people's conversations?
Not unless they
delete
choose
someone
to,
else's comment?
unfortunately.
Okay.
Young lad, tell me, where did you come, this healer of
What?
stout? Where did you learn this?
I learned it in Aluda.
Ah, you were from the city of Stout.
Yes, I mean, where would you learn to heal stone if not the city of stone?
Ah, you're a mason.
A specific type of mason, yes.
Mechanic.
Mhm.
Ah! Wow. You're quite good on the eyes there, young lad. Say, in my younger years, I might have had my way with you.
I believe in your younger years you could have tried.
Ah! Oh, I see. All right, carry on then. I won't
I'll
accost
be
you
on my
any
way.
further.
oh, while that conversation was going on, I've used dancing lights. The four swirling lights around Costas to make him look epic and attractive, light kind of flashing off of his armor.
Okay. As you glow for a brief moment, many different dancing lights. The old lady is very affixed to you before you depart the room.
I'm closing the door on my way out. And moving on.
Mike, just let me know where Joe to go.
I mean, just pick a door, any door.
I feel
Start
like these are
opening
all
stuff.
like rooms, like
Yeah.
people's rooms. So, do I hear anything on the side of these doors?
Make a
Oh yeah,
perception
I'm gonna
check.
light up a new torch.
Okay.
Just keep on moving it around if you don't see anything interesting. Hopefully you'll interrupt something important. Cause a faux pas.
I'm standing in
Uh,
this.
Yeah, so Thea, you're listening to 21 here. What you can observe
No.
is natural 20. What you can observe with your super senses is that the rooms here seem to be rather vacant around you. Kind of stands out to reason the first floor might not be entirely popular to settle. A little bit of a place in. Maybe these would be more temporary rooms, and much of them are empty. Bedroll is cleared out. There's fragments of things in them. You don't hear anything. Nothing.
Is this staircase going up or down?
That staircase is going up.
Hey, there, Joe. There's, I don't know, maybe it's just coincidence, maybe it's 4 beam. It looks like 4 walls on an area that doesn't have a door. It would like be like a room next to this well or something.
Oh yeah, could be. So poke around, maybe knock on the wall. I mean, I don't know how well we'll be able to see if it's hollow, seeing that it's made out of stone. But you never know.
Well, maybe there's a loose brick or something. I don't know.
So yeah, just Joe would like to start knocking on random rocks around the column and see if anything is peculiar.
Okay. Go ahead and make an
Where
investigation
did
check.
Joe go? I'm trying to help him.
No way. Well, random dice generator gave me a 20.
All right, natural 20, tapping on the wall. It feels to you as you're tapping in solid stone. This is a solid, literal 20 by 20 foot pillar that extends most likely through the whole tower. Costas, you found your way to another bathroom.
Cool. I
You're
seem to.
2 for 2.
Yeah. I think Costas has drunkenly wandered into so many bathrooms that he's just got
Bathroom
super
baron here.
sense.
Best place to fall asleep if you got an upset stomach.
Yeah.
You never know if you're gonna wake up vomiting. Don't ask me how I know this.
I'm going to quickly check the rooms to see if there's anywhere else with some flowing water, but otherwise, yeah, okay. I would like to look around and see if there's anything strange about the faucet in here.
I'm going to make an investigation check.
Ooh,
21.
hot dice from
You
Lucas
turn the
tonight.
handle and nothing seems to happen. Water begins to fill and the drain seems to work appropriately. Funneling through the siding of the walls, nothing stands out to you. Solid stone with the perennials overhead.
As I'm walking through these hallways, I'm basically walking very slowly and I'm trying to listen to because if they have bathrooms, are they like bathrooms with like piping? Because if there are pipes in the walls, I want to be able to hear that.
Okay.
I'm listening very carefully for
Yeah,
water.
taking your perception of a natural 20, the piping work is of solid. It's not really metallic, so it's actually just hollow points that they may have bored into the stone. And that funnels through downwards, and you're listening to the water as it drains. You don't hear any echoes or anything that would suggest there's kind of open cavities of when the water is slashing around, except for that, which is kind of through the stone. I'll take it with your natural 20. In addition to the investigation check, 21 Costas. In there, you can see there's a basket that has a few different dirty towels and things that might be left for those to kind of throw inwards. And there's also little cavities in the stone that might have been used to hold soap bars and other sorts of perfumes, but nothing currently in there, just residual stuff. Dirty Joe, you have actually found another bathroom, but this one is just a bathhouse. There is no actual privies inside of it per se, because the privies are kind of inside of the same room the basin is, and that's around the one corner there. You do also hear on the other side of the stone wall is a splashing of someone in a bath, most likely someone in the other room of this duo bathhouse, if you will. And they're currently singing a song. Rub-a-dub. Rub-a-dub. Rub-a-dub, 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 rub-a-dub.
Do I notice any A, handles, or B, dripping sources of water?
You do notice that the faucet itself seems to be dripping water. It has a spigot on the back end that can be turned.
Okay then, over the link. Hey guys, I did find a leaky faucet with a handle. You want to bring that blood over here? Maybe like poke it a little bit, see if it opens something up.
Yeah, I'm heading over there. I'm trying to
Where
find
are
Joe.
you?
It's a
Okay.
far eastern side, all the way down a corridor here.
And over the
We
mental
need-
link, I'll say, I found a second one now as well. I looked at them. Nothing seemed unusual, but if someone wants to take a closer look or check them out with a blood spell, that'd be.
Wait, so do we need blood when we turn it, or do we need blood like further in?
You need blood, I think, to activate it. I'm not too sure.
I mean, I'm assuming since
w-
people
w-
aren't randomly dropping into the Temple of Corvus, we probably need blood to activate it.
Makes sense to me.
Before you didn't need it. It was more like an underground temple, like look probably ancient.
Do I see anything in here that looks like that this faucet is like turned in a way that wouldn't just like have water come out?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
And where's it? Vantage.
20.
Another natural 20. I'll take it.
You observe that there's a fastener in the middle of the spigot that seems to be rather odd. A pin is not. It's not a fastener. It's a pin. It seems to have some sort of pull engagement mechanism.
I will relay that to everyone else.
Well, we have a whole quarter vial, and you can always get more. So let's just use the drop and turn it, huh?
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
flip the bottle over onto my finger and wipe it, or just flip it over, drop it.
Before you do that,
and-
Costas, you've opened the door. You hear the voice of a jester performing on a table, as well as a bard that is currently playing a lively tune. As you open the door, the bard turns towards you. Oh, look, sir! Someone approaches. You hear the voice as the door swings open and turns. Hello, welcome. You must be my
Hello.
courtesan for the evening. Come in.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. I believe you confused me with someone, but
Oh, I have. Apologies. You are breathtaking. Maybe we could come to some arrangement.
you see, I'm not into men.
Ah, well, no worries there. Well, you do take care. If you see that dashingly good young lad, just the doors.
Over the mental link. Okay, don't open that door.
Wow, what's on the other side of that door?
You do not want to know.
I do want to know.
Fine,
I'm
then open it
very
yourself.
interested in knowing.
We're
Thea,
kind
you will
of
stab
things
someone
out
if
here.
you open that door. You will stab someone.
What for? What? Is there somebody hostile? Is there somebody trying to kill us? Are the Valkyrie in
Yeah,
there or
is
something?
there
What's going
someone
on?
I need to stab on the other side of the door? Because I'll go stab them.
No, but I get the feeling if you were to meet them, they would end up stabbed.
Not over the mental link, so just out loud to the people that are around me. I'd whisper, he's undercover, and his thing is he fondles statues, so he probably got himself into trouble.
He's,
Okay. Like again, out loud to Felix. I see. I get it. Okay.
I don't. What's
Door
this
swings
about
open.
fondling
Person comes out
statues?
wrapped in a bath towel. Oh, are you waiting for me? Sorry. Excuse me. Turns and looks and sees all of you. Oh.
It's a polyamory thing. Don't judge.
No judgment.
Room for more?
I'm not going to say it. Never mind. Let's just see
And
if
then
this
Cass,
possibly works.
you brought your torch. We need one in here.
Mm-hmm. Because we're also blind without it.
Well, I see shapes. Yeah, so I guess this would be the time where I'll flip the vial over, drop blood on the handle.
Okay, drop of blood on the handle and nothing happens.
Can I try to trigger the pin contraption that
Okay.
looks odd?
Sure. So it is pulled out right now. So you push it in and you twist the handle at the same time. The dripping is going to stop. And as the dripping stops, you hear a crack and a seam of air unleash. The stone door begins to move and rotate as it echoes outwards.
unless we have two hidden secret entrances that are hidden with faucets, I think we got it.
Well, it's something worth poking around at any rate.
You see
If,
a cylindrical half pillar that extends to roughly an 11-foot ceiling height. There is a metallic bowl that sits in the center, and it is actually inlaid into a groove, and there's like a lip that comes up. Wrapping around the pillar is runic of an old language, bestial, and has hints of Sylvan towards it.
That's probably where we need the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just going along with it again, more probably throwing another drop of blood in there.
Okay.
Real quick before we do this, in case the whole thing, I don't know, descends, maybe we should wait for Alden to get over here. I'm pretty sure this is it. Can you
I
call
think
him?
he's staying with his the
We can, yeah,
What's-
we could tell him where it is later.
Yeah, at least
But
let him know
also-
we found it.
Yeah. If this has hints of Sylvan around it, can I try to make that out?
I need a flat intelligence check from you. And you're
Can
not
I-
sending word to Alvin yet? Is that what I heard?
I think if we can, let's save throw all our spell slots.
We still have Mortimer on the link, correct?
As an hour passed, because you have to refresh it every hour, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm trying
Yeah.
to wonder if we refreshed it while he was there, or if we left that time.
Retcon.
I don't. I'm gonna leave it up to you. I'm always a generous DM. I don't want to, the heat of the moment pushing you all along, right? So if you wish to say,
I think we took a short
that's fine.
rest, right? So
Yeah.
I think Israel has stated that less time is of the essence, that she's always renewing it.
We'll take it as that. Mortimer is on the link.
All right. So I'll relate to Mortimer that we've found it. We found the entrance. To relate to Alden.
I mean,
That we've made it and we're about to approach and enter.
If we were with Alden anyway, probably would have just included him in too,
Okay.
or replaced Mortimer rather.
Place
Okay.
Mortimer instead. Include Alden in the link. Okay.
Alden.
That's fine. So you're reaching out to Alden and you're beginning to inform his link what you had found. Okay.
Yeah. Explain how
Anything-
exactly to get here and what corridor we took and how to the eastern side.
Okay. So just kind of laying down the track.
Mhm.
Voice immediately comes back. Am I needed?
I mean,
I don't think so. Yeah, I think he's safer taking care of Mortimer there, right?
well, I mean, is anybody gonna jump out and try to stab him? Does anybody else know about that place you guys are hiding out? Honestly, if we're
No, but
going
if he
down
comes
into
back
this
if he comes back into town, it's possible for him to get caught, right? Like, why risk him if we don't need him?
because this whole thing, we don't know exactly what we're rocking into, and I'd kind of like to have a native guide. We don't know what we're gonna face down there, and honestly, an extra pair of blades would really come in handy. That's just my
Yeah,
feeling.
I'm with Joe here. I'm a little tapped out for today. I think the backup coming in is a little reassuring. We also, we don't know what we're walking into. So if we just go in and we figure it out, at least we know we have at least one person having our back coming in.
Alden, do you feel like it's safe for you to come over here into the tower? I mean, if not, I can always rendezvous with you. We can sneaky step our way in if you really don't want to be seen. That's not a problem. I prefer it if you were here.
If you prefer it, I will be there. Will take some time, but I will make haste.
All right, we'll wait up for you then.
Oh, cool. Thea, did you say you went to stab someone?
I didn't say I wanted to. I asked if there was somebody I would want to.
Okay. How loosely would you define would want to stab someone? Does a
Costas, just say what you want to say.
Yeah, are we in threat here? Is there somebody coming after us?
no. Just seems like a pompous asshole.
I don't care about pompous assholes. Sometimes you're a pompous asshole. I don't stab you.
No. But like,
Yep.
if I'm a pompous asshole level 3, this guy's a pompous asshole level 7.
How so?
Sometimes you're a level 7, Costas. Sometimes
tried-
you're a level 10.
Did he
I
try to
think he-
shake you down for money or something? What happened? Did you get robbed?
Nah, he tried to elicit specific services from me.
Wait.
That just seems like a case of mistaken identity.
So hold on a second. You were propositioned, and so
Now you want me to. This is the second time that somebody who's interested in you in that way, you want me to go murder.
come to think of it, yeah, I'm detecting a pattern here.
I'm detecting a pattern too that you just think I'm a murder weapon. Is that it?
No.
Is that it? Is that it?
Thea,
No.
you are more than your ability to murder people.
Thank you, Felix.
No,
They'll
I was
understand
asking.
it.
but
Which
you
one
said
should
you'd
I
be-
choose?
You asked
This
if you'd be
one,
interested.
that one, this one, that. This one.
These
looks
days, you
nice.
said you asked if you should, so I was wondering like how loosely your definition
door
of should I
opens.
murder is.
A humble
Oh.
traveler begins to walk into the room.
Hey, fuck off! We're having an orgy in here.
Oh, apologies. So sorry.
Someone go barrack. I'll go lock that door, like jimmy it so it can't open.
Fair enough.
If Thea was going to read the messages on the pillar, I would have given her my glasses. I would have taken them off.
Okay.
You can use these. This might help you out a little better.
Oh, should I re-roll that then?
You don't need to roll at all if you get the link.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay.
glasses let you read
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
language.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh,
These things are badass.
yeah. Let me make sure. Real fast. Yeah. Okay. Translates languages that are spoken to you that you do not know, not written. So yeah.
Okay, so that's not gonna help.
It was in
Can
Sylvan, right?
Someone
I-
can
What
try
if
to
you read
read
it
it,
out loud?
Yeah.
and then the glasses might
If
translate.
you read it out
I-
loud,
I-
Yeah, we could try to
Yeah.
like do it phonetically and then just.
I
I
love
speak
it.
Sylvan. I speak and read Sylvan.
I think the 11
So-
check is gonna be enough. Corvos, the blood god, the Forsaken, here and always in service. The Ufarim stand on guard and on protection. Trespassers will meet a dire fate and an end, and their blood will be reaped from their bodies, return to the cycle anew. The blood, the chosen, is required for entry. This is what you are able to translate from the language.
I think we got the right place.
You get into more detail, but that seems to probably suffice for now.
Could I see if there's any more detail?
Could you?
I do also speak and read.
You do. Go ahead and make a roll for me. And I think you're going to glean similar to that of Thea, which essentially is the gist.
Yep, sounds good.
Well,
Is the way that this text is written, the word chosen, would that be like in English? Is that capitalized chosen?
It is capitalized chosen, sure.
Oh, look at that. I'm pretty sure we could open this if we wanted to.
you want to test that theory?
Not until the other guy gets here. Everybody's tapped. I don't want to go into this at
There's a slight
less
knock on the
than
door.
full.
Voice, presence. Is this the one?
Yeah, I think so.
Not good. Any trouble getting in here? Were you
No.
spotted?
I don't believe so, but best not wait around.
Agreed. This looks like
Mhm.
it, right?
It does. It is a common sacrificial bowl. The language is from Ufaris. This temple of Corvos is old, but it is newer than Ufaris. Maybe one of the furthest temples constructed and lost. Overtaken by the dwarves. Some of these glyphs, they've been chiseled very faintly. Changed over time. Others have taken home. Must be wary. Looking on the stone, they begin to look and analyze. Bundling themselves around. Are you ready?
Yeah. I like Thea's theory. I kind of want to try it out. And Othala will take his dagger and just cut his finger. Drip blood into the bowl.
Looks towards you, puzzled. What are you doing?
Testing something.
See as the blood begins to transform and grows and bubbles, and the bowl begins to raise from the engraved portion. The door behind you shuts. Light push. The seam begins to kind of form around the door from the stone, not shifting by magical means, just by pressure of the stone pushing itself. And as the blood grows, you see a very similar guardian beginning to form. A smaller statue forms itself, whirling from left to right. You see as Alden immediately goes to the knee and worship. Sees the figure rotates around towards you.
Wrong hypothesis. It was.
Stares at you. What are you? The voice echoes.
Half elf.
In your head, you're just gonna hear Thea say, "Chosen."
Chosen, capital C.
One of the chosen.
Who are you?
Othala Madani.
Incorrect. The blood is telling. See, and the palm begins to grow. Blood begins to pour down upon the ground as it grows, shifts the hand from left to right.
Othala, was that not your real name?
No, that's my name.
I think
Maybe we're
Corvus
dealing
may
with
know
the-
more than we think he does.
Or maybe this guy's just dumb.
Or maybe
Sees the
your
guardian
blood
looks.
tells the truth.
Tendril blood begins to fall to the ground, begins to fill in the seams of the tiled floor, begins to build and form a rectangular portion. Begins to push through, almost a mind of its own. Another door opens underneath the tall cranial above, forms and braces the ceiling height. Proceed.
Thank you.
Sacrifice. Face the arms. Chosen. It's to fall into the pool. As it does, it fills this time. And the weight of that now falls down into the groove. You can hear a slight and then a pin pop, as if the door and the mechanism of that has now locked.
Entering this room, can I... These are just statues? Does it look like there is any traps evident here?
What you can observe is that the stonework in here has been particularly not kept up. There's large drag marks and cuts into the stone as objects, metallic objects and fragments of iron has been pushed through. Heftiness. Try to fit into the grooves of this door. Small pieces that would be able to put into a hole. You pick up those fragments and you look left and right. The same groovings of stone. The blood from the door begins to fill into them, funnels up into the statues. The eyes of the figures begin to glow. Slight of a reddish hue and a pooling of blood. Eventually that same blood grows and fills the bowl on the north side. The staircase that lies goes down. It goes up to the statue and then funnels down underneath the statue's legs. There does not seem to be tripwire or pressure plates that you're able to observe in the passage. Wow, that was aggressive.
That was loud and scary.
That was
We're gonna
really
die.
aggressive.
We're gonna die.
For a
That
light
was
spell?
like-
Shit. Burn. Bum, 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 bum.
That was like some kind of solar nuke, not a light spell.
Fucking love it.
I'll cast light on Costas' armor so he doesn't have to hold a torch while we're going into this.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna put away the torch then. Go in, this light's much more natural.
As you approach the stairs, the statue in the bowl begins to tilt as it overflows and forms a slight waterfall that pools in the direction of you, Constance, the first to walk over it. The blood falls upon your face as it streaks down. You proceed.
Othala?
Oh, no, keep going. You pushed past me to go down these stairs anyway. Go.
Okay, yeah, fair.
All right, taking a picture of the marching order.
Fuck.
Felix, are you waiting for
I will
everybody?
wait for everybody. Yeah, I'll be in the rear.
Okay, so I have Costas, Thea, Othala, Istriel, Dirty Joe.
I'm cool with that.
You know what? I'm suddenly very happy I pushed past there.
Why? I'm quieter than you.
Yeah, but if you stay in picture of the Martian order, I feel like I should be in the. I don't know. I don't.
I
think
can
I'm missing this, but-
disengage. I can disengage, dude. You can't.
I know,
Yeah,
but if
use
there's
our
one
tank.
person that can like, yeah, if there's one person that can take a hit,
mean,
then
You
they
could
I
like,
can
just
take a hit.
back in action.
I can take a hit.
you know.
All right, so we have a false life, getting 5 temporary. So as you begin to ascend the stairs, you're going to go up underneath the statue's legs, and then you're going to go down. As you go down, there's actually 2 staircases that go left and right, and then it goes back underneath. Then they come back into one staircase and go further down. This one is the last staircase that goes down, is the furthest, deepest you have gone. You've gone down a great number of feet, and the blood has kind of grown with that and etched along the walls through the grooves and of the stonework. This place looks actually eerily simple in the way it's laid out, the slight raised portion of left and right, and that is kind of bleeding that blood within every groove and pattern of the stone. And it kind of moves and shifts. The staircase has a slight railing that stacks over top, and it's built of the same earth and stone as what you observed above. This kind of has a very interesting feel to it, as there's lanterns that dangle from metallic poles, and those lanterns are filled with solid blood that seems to be a glow of a reddish hue, giving off dim light to see. There is a crossroads in front of you, and yet further another crossroads, and yet further a T. You can hear voices coming from the right, not very far off. As you've shifted yourself here, you've been maintaining yourselves. The voices are an enchant. They're chanting to Corvo. Ba and For. That same name, Corvos, comes through the language that they speak. Translating it with now, you have glasses, you can hear it, it's quiet. They are gifting great sacrifice to be made to Corvo. Great sacrifice to be made to Corvo. Great sacrifice. Alden has gone into stealth. They had rolled stealth. I don't know for the rest of you. Costas, you are giving quite a bit of light now with the light spell. Just FYI, it's very bright in space. And at the corner of your ears and the rest of the party, you hear a large metallic sound of stomping coming from the left as it goes away from you. It echoes.
Over the link. Alden, what do we do?
This temple will have sacrificial pools in each of the spirits. There could be underdwellings. The temple must not be very large. Sect, perhaps, those who have constructed it. I don't know if the Alpha is in here. There might be signs or clues to who they are. Perhaps some underdwelling chambers, yet further still.
And maybe Alden, you go up with Thea at the top and scout out. Let us know where to go. Costas takes that back.
Yeah.
Internally,
We're still gonna move. We're still gonna move with you. Just you guys keep an eye out. Try to let us know where to go.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace again.
Okay, so 18 to Costas.
And before they take invisibility.
You're putting invisibility on me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I get advantage on my stealth check, correct?
Not necessarily. It's just disadvantage of perception checks to see you, but some creatures
okay.
don't see at all, so invisibility doesn't do anything for them. Okay.
This
so
is all
pass
plus
out
10, right?
You're within 30 feet of Dirty Joe. Everyone is. I'm just gonna detract another spell slot from Dirty Joe. I'm gonna put the concentration effect on, and then I'm just gonna apply it. But yes, I'm gonna take plus 10 for every roll that I see. The reason why I have it paused, well, one, to let you get some, I'll let you all get some time to do what you're all going to do before you pass down this corridor. As I did have you lined up, and I assumed you had some time down the staircase to do what you were doing, but also to narratively describe the space and also give a description to Thea and Alden, who are currently around the corner peeking. What you have is a ceiling height that is towering. Roughly 15 feet in height. It is a semi-arched ceiling, so it actually forms like a tunnel-like effect over. There are runes that are etched in patterns of the stone to the left and right. That's the same on the actual walls and that semi-arched space above you. And that forms itself throughout all of the interior here. It is of solid stone. It is not to bricked or tiled, the walls are, but the actual flooring is at times. And the central part of the kind of lanes that are formed, that's of bedrock. That's solid stone. You actually observe the creature just in the corner. And I also want to say, I'm going to give note, there is a module that you can actually peek. And I'm going to share the hotkey. If you actually pick your token up and hold down Q, it is paused right now, so you can't probably do it right now. And you can actually hold down Q and you can peek around corners with your token a little bit. I didn't realize that. I forgot it had that module. And I was like, I didn't really use this, but yeah, you can. It's called Quick Peek, I think. And that allows you to kind of look around a corner. But for now, you have enough sight to know that it is a large construct of some kind made of heavy plated iron. It is large in
Mhm.
size. It towers roughly 11 feet, so almost near to the ceiling height. And as it is, it's just stomping away from you. You also can observe light coming from the right hand side as the chamber begins to form, and you are able to kind of see the back end of some sort of hideous beast like creature that is currently swaying their arms from left to right like this.
Is it bear-like in nature?
It looks like a hog like creature.
Hog. All right, everything I'm seeing is going over the mental link to everybody else.
And are there any glow sticks and or disco balls in evidence? Is it currently trancing in a rave, perhaps? No.
No, they're
Oh,
not
well.
raving. Okay, it is
Okay, so
unpaused.
there's two of them. I'm peeking around the corner.
Yeah.
There's two of them down there. And then what am I doing? Oh, construct boy left.
All right, Thea, what do you call it? And where do you think we should go? Follow your lead.
Looking at Alden, he's the one who. Should we investigate more, or what?
We can wish, but somewhere there must be clues the Alpha has laid for us. A reason that they are here. Could be on this level or below. The temple has it. This is designed like Ufarus, but not exactly.
Those
Whatever the
constructs, do they do patrols? So is it gonna come around this corner and see all of us?
I don't know
Soon?
what that is. We do not have that at Ufarus. Something else.
Good to know.
Thea, you're invisible. You can scout it out for a second. Let us know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go quietly down this hallway.
Alden, in your professional
Oh,
opinion, would the Alpha be with all of these chanting cultist guys, or would he be somewhere else? Should we check him out or avoid him?
The Alpha will have their own chamber somewhere, their own pool of sacrifice, and of rituals. The Ufarim are a very modest kind. We do not carry material possessions, just places to perform our rituals, and places to document such things, if necessary.
Right, so we should all avoid people if available then.
There you hear the hefty footsteps of a metallic construct beginning to approach you from the north.
approaching from the north. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna duck back to everybody else and say that I also saw two people down around the corner. That construct thing is coming back.
Alden ducks
This
back
way.
as it seems to look in this general direction, begins to stomp towards.
It's
As
coming.
it stomps.
Let's go back up the stairs, quick.
Why don't we just get ready and hit it if it comes across?
Uh-huh.
Because I don't want to be anywhere near that thing. I can hear it from here. It does not sound nice. Let's just head
Okay.
back up the stairs a bit until we hear it fade away, and then we can peek down a deserted corridor.
Walks away.
It's gone. Did I see which direction it went?
Back the same
As I
direction that it
peek-
was going before.
All right, it went back up north.
All right, well, it's under control. Why don't we cross?
Let's go towards wherever we don't hear noise.
I found stairs.
We can't see your ducking, so we don't know where you're at.
Large construct crosses the hall of the T. No attention. funnel yourselves through.
I see some stairs to the right.
Thea, which hallway did you go down?
He's going down this way.
You.
Yeah, Thea, which way did you go? Where are the stairs?
I'm literally right next to you.
We can't see you. You're invisible.
I know. When I get shoved
So-
out into the hallway because people are rushing up behind me.
Let's make
Okay,
Start heading
do-
towards the stairs.
Do I
Go
hear
to the
any noise
want
from the
stairs,
left or to
right?
the right?
You hear a large movement stomping. I'm going to pause it real fast with people wanting descriptions of things. So as you all are very chaotically trying to figure out what to do, as you're bumping into each other, it seems that the stealth checks might have helped you out a little bit. The constructs are very point linear with the way they're moving, as they're kind of rotating in patrol-like patterns. Dirty Joe, you can still hear the chanting coming from the right. You now can hear the chanting echoing from the left. You can hear the heavy footsteps coming from the left. You can hear the heavy footsteps coming from the north. In fact, the heavy footsteps coming north are coming further closer to you, and the ones to your west are coming further closer to you from the west-hand side. It is unpaused. Move your tokens now.
All right, there's noise all around. Just go down the stairs quick.
Down, 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 down.
Okay, we're going down the staircase.
Where we find two beholders and a Lich King.
We
Two
walk into a room full of
beholders and
explosives.
Does he have frost?
You walk into the Red Dragon and Damodar sleeping in bed together. They are rudely interrupted and they breathe fire on you.
Where they turn their heads to you and say, "Oh, you must be the courtesan we ordered."
Thea, kill them.
Yep, that's my only job.
I'm sorry.
I would just have to say, if your default reaction to anybody showing interest is to stab a knife through their eye, you're not going to have much luck in your dating life, Lucas.
I'm pulling
know.
three
Not
of
to
you
stab
to.
him, to have
I'm pulling
Thea
three.
stab him.
I'm pulling three of you to the scene. As you begin to walk down the staircase, it is a straight drop. The immediate smells of visceral gore and blood and organs and rotten flesh paramount. You can hear the sound of clacking and moving. Talons cling to stone, and the shifting of chains every so often. You hear a clicking sound. And then nothing.
Alden, what is this place?
Alden's not down there. Alden's still up. Just I'm moving us as we go. All right.
How do I pick
so,
a corner?
Hold on here. Hold on. So are you going to, for those who are down below, I'll have it paused again just a second. I don't want to go to an issue because we're pretty much at the end of time. So if you go to that, I'm going to get kind of clogged up a little bit. So the three of you that are down here, what are you doing? Because there are those behind you. So Dirty Joe, Felix, Alden, and then Thea are going to be funneling down. But this is a tight staircase, and there's not a lot of room in here. You can hear the sounds echoing from the west as they wrap around the two corridors, north and south. So what are you three doing when you hear that information?
Well, Joe would still be above us, right? We'll still have the pass without a trace on us.
That's correct. That's still funneling down the stairs.
Okay, so what Othala would do is just wrap around the corner, move himself towards here, and just hug the wall basically, and wait for the rest of the party to funnel down. Not trying to make any noise, and just stealth there.
Okay. That's what the rest of you are doing? Just kind of funneling in, being still stealthy, that sort of thing?
Yeah,
Same thing.
I'm keeping eyes on the back of us to make sure that nothing is going to witness us go down these stairs because I'm invisible. So I'm assuming I can't be seen by whatever, so I can actively just watch to make sure that nobody is clocking us from behind.
Okay. So Thea, you're going to be kind of observing and watching, that sort of thing. No one can clock you. Okay. So that's what we're going to do is we're going to have everyone funnel in. So I'm going to move some tokens here. Just kind of get them out of the way. Make sure you get Dirty Joe in here. Get a feel. And now make sure to get Alden in here. Just going to fill you into space as you're kind of funneling down the stairs. And then Thea, you're going to be last.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure I pull you Davis. So as the rest of your party is coming down, as you're observing, you see as the constructs are coming through, they don't seem to be aware of you. The one construct is now turning down, begins to stomp downwards. You can see its leg come down around the corner. Are you moving away down the stairs at this point after a few moments pass?
I'm
I'm just
waiting until basically my party is gone. I want to make sure that this thing isn't noticing them. Because if we get sandwiched in, that's a problem.
Okay.
I want to
So-
make sure that nothing is noticing us.
All right, so I want to have
Before
it
I follow them.
unpaused, and I want you to move your token based on what your token would be. As soon as the last person goes down the staircase and this creature has emerged around the corner, where would your token be?
Probably right here. Because I'm making sure that nobody's looking at the stairs.
Creature continues to stomp through. Moves away.
These other things down the hallway, they didn't hear anybody go down the stairs. They're too busy chanting.
They're too busy chanting, looking into the blood as they sway side to side. In fact, their eyes are closed.
Okay.
Feeling some stress? You're gonna watch. But you know what comes through. Alright. Now is your time, Thea?
Yep.
Now's the time. We're all down here, clustered around. Sound is
Thea's-
gone. They is invisible. See them.
I let everybody know in their heads that I'm right with them.
Okay.
Behind Joe.
Previous question to Alden stands. What is this place? What are we looking at?
It's not something I know of. So much
Got another
death
pull up here.
here. Smell something familiar. To be on the watch. It's still here. See it.
Do you think the alpha's down here? Should we move on?
No. I'm not certain. Felix, you wrap around the corner of the north. Costas, you wrap around the corner of the south. Both observe these chained cages filled with gore and visceral. Piles of remnants, crates linger, burlap sacks. There are a crate of organs, large meat hook for suspending bodies, torture beds with cages over top of them filled with organs and blood. There is other assortments of surgeon-like tables and a large well of blood that sits upraised roughly 4 feet. You don't see anything.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When Alden was saying that, when Joe was asking if the alpha is down here and Alden is saying that he doesn't know, now that we've been interacting with him a lot, I've been watching him a lot, what is his demeanor? What is his expression? Is it concerned, like he's looking out for something, or is he getting like excited that we're getting close?
It's concern. He's
Okay.
worried there's something in here that is extremely harmful to themselves.
Okay.
Fundamentally, there is a large pool of looks like maybe blood.
It's the same
that
on the other
comes with-
side. The whole
comes with
room
the
wraps
territory,
around.
doesn't it?
I
Pools of
mean,
blood
like,
that show they
like
can operate, right?
big,
No, it's big.
like
Yeah, we saw that the last time.
Yeah, this is a well right here.
I mean, that's
Well,
how we talked with you know who the last time we, you know, yeah.
I need you to make a athletics or acrobatics check.
Yep.
But there, as you begin to walk onto the stone, you see a metallic-like creature. Red eyes that glow, an orifice of large mouth, gaping teeth that forms an accordion-like style. They have gauntlet-like arms, talon-like legs that funnel with knee joints pointed backwards. You hear a heartbeat pressing inside of their chest. The armor is made of a greenish hue. They make no noise, nothing. They grab you upon the shoulder and twist you around. Right gauntlet extends with an arm blade. Begins to glow in a reddish hue. The voice extends outwards. Trespassers. Or you can move. Before we do anything else with the session, I'm going to give a moment for 3 individuals to move their tokens. That will be Alden. I'm moving 2 different NPCs, and then Istriel and Dirty Joe. You 2 can move your tokens, because I know you, Faith, have been moving 2 tokens today. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt if you want to move your tokens a little bit more.
Yeah. Owen. Oh, yeah.
And then I guess move Joe up towards the north, along
You tell
the
me
other side
which
of the...
square.
Yep.
This one.
Yeah, up there as far forward as you can go, I guess.
Forward?
Well, actually, no, just right in the middle of everybody else, because I'm trying to keep Pass Without Trace up. So yeah, like right, left one more. Yeah, right there is fine.
Okay. So, what you all observe is the creature has grabbed onto something. You don't know where Thea is because Thea is invisible. The creature is looking in the direction of something in front of it. It has grabbed the shoulder of it. Grabbed something. And Thea, as it grabs you, its gauntlet has sinew of muscle that has been grafted over it. And as it clutches downwards, it has a strength about it that is superhuman. Inside of the grooves of its armor that's overlaid and kind of plated through, there's many different fasteners and sort of inner workings of mechanical nature. You know, with the heartbeat, somewhere underneath lies organs. Its eyes pierce directly towards you, and as you stare up at it, they're actually affixating with multiple different sorts of ocular mechanisms. This creature has true sight. And multiple other ways of perception. Alright. So, before we go into combat, we're going to go into the session. Into a lengthy bout. How does everyone feel?
That's a blood knight, right?
We're all gonna die.
Is that a blood knight?
Only one night.
Yeah, it's a blood knight.
Yep.
Cyborg, yeah.
Alright. Everyone feel okay?
Mhm.
Alright.
Let's smash the thing's head in.
You all want to experience
And then
now?
bloodbath.
Or do you want to experience on the next session?
You know what? Give us the level up. If we can get level up from this, that'd be great.
Of course, we want experience now.
I'm good.
You know what? Finding the hidden toilet, secret path gives us the level up, and then we all get level 12 before the next fight. That'd be great.
Finding the hidden toilet. Descending down. Man.
The toilet of power.
You know, I gotta say, with the patrol, I mean, come on. You all were like, okay, that's fucking walking in there. It was great. I love it. But your stealths are so high. I mean, come on. Gotta give it to you. Gotta give it to you.
And like when we all get like fucking like shadow touch tattoos and stuff, we can become invisible.
Ranger power.
Power. Only this Blood Knight did not roll a natural 20.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you were screwed to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me go ahead and do some number crunching. Downtime crafting, obviously, conversation comes afterwards. But based on your plan, in terms of what you wish to accomplish, after this point, and we accomplish this, we'll be moving on towards City of Stone. It is a number of days. I will post in the downtime chat with how many crafts you might be able to take during the rest periods, right? A couple hours maybe to do some crafts. Feeling ballpark wise, maybe 2 or 3 based on time, just kind of fast tracking towards the Luda. And so I'll post that in the downtime, and then you're more than welcome to hit me back on that chat with what you wish to do with those crafts or nothing. So, give me 1 second. Calculate some numbers.
Faith, I gotta finish up your tattoo.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of did.
Then maybe do one for Costas as well.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I gotta see if there's. Well, this is like a trading. See if they have any materials here before we leave. Only one guy, right? Come on, guys. It's not. We're
Yeah, we have action economy on our side. The most
yeah.
powerful thing in D&D.
We'll be
As long as-
fine.
As long as we don't trigger aggro for everybody upstairs.
You know what? That's kind of what's worrying me. We have
They have a hive
like,
mind.
well, here's the thing. We have a choke point, so
Yeah, that helps. We just gotta bum rush this guy with all of our silver knives and swords and whatnot.
yeah.
Which,
if everyone
man,
from
I gotta say, dude, like, you taking the time and crafting those for everybody, like, we all, or at least I'm speaking for myself, we all kind of thought it was superfluous. It was like, all right, Lucas just wants to craft stuff. All right, whatever, let him do his thing. It's like, holy shit, that is coming in clutch right now.
It'll help against the old frame, right? But Blood Knights, I think you said like Blood Knights are able to use silver. They're not really affected.
Remains
well,
to
I
be
mean,
seen.
they have the curse of the Ilfarim, so that maybe they're just like some kind. Maybe they're using like gloves or something on top of silver. What? I don't know.
Even
But
then, like, there's still Ulfarim that are here that I'm sure we're gonna have to fight eventually.
That is
If
true.
not next session.
The Rogue
yeah,
Alpha.
the moment I saw that like Michael's game had enemies that we could possibly end up fighting that only took damage from silver, like it wasn't like silver and force damage, it wasn't like silver and fire, it was just silver. I was like, shit, we need silver weapons, man.
Yo,
Gotta get
Well,
them.
Props. I drink to your obsession because it's helping us out.
Okay. So, a side table. If you do wish, because I do this with, I have done this in the past with certain parties. If you do care about stealthing into a place and stuff, I did want to get us a little bit given time, and you want to make it a little bit more easier for everyone to kind of get their say in where positions are going and stuff. I will and I can put us into initiative. So if you are wanting to have more time for yourselves and your motions and stuff, I have done this in the past with parties. They felt it was better for them. Some parties felt it was not better for them. But if you want to try to be more coordinated as a party and you feel like you could do that all being an initiative, so you can kind of move in a more kind of a step by step, right, instead of just moving tokens and things and doing that while I pause it, right, and kind of narrate through. You can't. So you can DM me turn-based mode. I mean, you can talk about
Yeah.
it now if you wish, or you can DM me.
Well,
So
we're entering turn-based mode.
for this particular spot, yeah, I think it really would have been helpful.
Okay. So I just want to
Yeah.
see what's best for the party because we're going into a spot, and I was very surprised that you all took the opportunity when we were actually in it, then to boost yourselves up. Right. All right, cast the spells, baby. And then right, being like, where do we go? Where do we go? And everyone's like having that moment. So definitely we didn't have a whole lot of time. Want to end on a cool note. It seemed like you all were also heading to kind of the right trajectory, anyways, for it. But in the future, I will put us into turn-based mode, which is what David had said, which is also very helpful. I think for the helpful to be more coordinated, and I think for all of you, I think that
I think when things get so chaotic that multiple tokens are moving at the same time and it's time sensitive. Whatever's easiest for you, Michael, to understand our intent is okay with me. So.
yeah. And I understand your intent and this purpose. I just felt I felt like it was is needed to be said just because we had party members like you, Thea, you wanted to stay and you wanted to like observe out there, right? But you're invisible, but you're also leading too, so they didn't really know where you were. And then you wanted the NPC, right, Alden up there at the front as well. And so I'm moving the patrols, and then also have Alden to move. And then the rest of you, right? Because Costas is so armored, right? Where does Costas go? And you're like, let's get back up the stairs. The creature's coming. And just observing that, reaching out to you and saying, hey, would you prefer that, right? To do turn-based in moments like that. So
When we're trying to be sneaky, yeah, probably for the best.
Okay. Do that in the future. I'll put us into it. See if you have any questions, comments, concerns.
Just that, man, we were really banking on Alden knowing what the hell we were supposed to do down here, and that's probably why we were all in such a kerfuffle.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, we're here. Guide us. Just like, I don't know. I'll look for the alpha, I guess. We're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, like we were expecting like all these ancient temples to have the exact same layout or some shit, so you could just be like, yes, the alpha's room will be third hallway to the right.
They're all Walmart, right?
Yeah, they're all Walmart supercenters.
Where are the signs?
Second left past the automotive section.
Alden gave you good information. You'll find sacrificial chambers devoted to the spirits. They'll be in their independent chambers, and there will be underdwellings to the temple that will hold more private areas. But they're very modest people. They don't have a whole lot of spaces and room.
Yeah, neither David nor Felix is surprised by his inability to guide us down here because he's never been in here. But
never been here. This way I can smell. He's already said that you can smell the alpha anyway. He's this way. I love it. It's great. But it definitely has a good ally. Anyways, close up the stream now so that people can go. If you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We won't be playing next week. We're on vacation, but the week after that we'll be playing. So check us out Saturdays at 4 p.m. EDT. Thanks so much, and bye.
Bye.